when you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I offer my humble pranam, my humble obeisance at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I welcome all of the viewers across the world right now who are joining us from different time zones in different countries across the world, more than 150 countries who are joining us, and all of the celebrated Kailashians who are joining us in the various different Annalayas, Goshalas, the Devalayas, the Satsang centers, the Gurukuls, Paduka Mandirs, in so many places across the world, and all the de facto spiritual embassies, the Kailasas established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As well, I welcome all of you who are joining in on Nithyananda TV and Kailasa TV, and all the viewers who are joining in from Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And I welcome each and every one of you to this Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. Today, I'm sure that every single one of you wakes up in the morning or goes to bed at night with the same feeling of longing inside of you. Perhaps it gets more and more intense in the situation, but inside of all of us is a very deep yearning for a higher ambition, yearning for a fulfillment of something extremely deep inside of us, a fulfillment of our need for love. In our day and age, we're often looking for love in different ways, whether it is through an actual loving relationship, or we're looking in secondary ways, like through health. We're trying to achieve the peak of self-love, and by developing one's own physique and body. And we want to achieve the heights of self-love, treating your body right. That is the heights of loving yourself. Or if you want name and fame, you want to establish your character. You want to have a status in society and be well respected, well revered, and honored in society. Then you're seeking all love from different people. You're seeking it from society. Whatever it is in our life, we are seeking love. Yet today, we all define love in a very superficial way. We define it by its expression, either by spending time with each other, giving compliments to each other, being friendly, or by even giving gifts, or even we sometimes define it with physical touch. But this is not everything that there is to love. Love is a divine quality. It has so much more power than what we are assuming. It is not just a emotion inside of us. It is a power, a divine power. In fact, Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, literally revealed Anbhe that love is God. And based on this teaching itself, the Devi Parashakti had further revealed that in this day and age, during this pralaya, during these extremely strenuous times with the pandemic ongoing and so many other natural and unnatural disasters, there are few people in the world with love as their basic thought current. And it is only those who have love as the armor that surrounds their heart that will survive even during this pralaya. Because love is the basic requirement. And we have to develop love in some way or form. Because in our outside life, with so many dynamic changes happening continuously, we need some form of intense fulfillment. And we have to stop seeking that on the outside as our society changes so much and goes through an extreme makeover after so much of disaster has been through it. Now, in how we can express love and experience the divine love, the divine qualities of love, and experience and radiate love as a divine power, that is exactly what you will be able to achieve through this Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. You will see that you simply begin to radiate love and have that ultimate transformation that you wanted in your life just through simple, powerful cognitions and the divine darshan and diksha of Devi Parashakti manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. This Bhava Samadhi program is a revive from the sciences, ancient sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for us to experience literally oneness with the divine. In fact, Samadhi, in Samadhi, if you break it down, Adi means the source or the origin, and Sama means oneness, and Samadhi means oneness with the source. And Bhava means emotion or aspect. So when you experience this Bhava Samadhi Darshan program today, you will literally be experiencing oneness with the source through a certain aspect. And not only that, you will be able to awaken your Kundalini Shakti, the latent potential energy inside of you that awakens and helps you even reverse age and even heal so many of the disorders that we are not finding cures with in today's modern day medicine. And today you will be able to awaken the latent potential energy, which is the Kundalini energy, and you will find and experience even up to 1300% increase in your energy levels. That is all what has been even researched, scientifically proven and shown to the world through the awakening of the Kundalini energy. And before we're entering into today's program, let us first be introduced to who is the very being who's making this available to us, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incarnation of Paramashiva, and he is the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization nation. And from birth, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized as the incarnation of Paramashiva by his gurus, who are extremely reputable as recognized gurus and Hindu enlightened masters in India. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived today the science of power manifestation and the temple-based lifestyle, as well as yoga. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the 14 ancient indigenous kingdoms and beginning with being ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tonde Mandalam Adinam, or the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetam, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamalapita Sarvagna Peetam, or the Madurai Adinam. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, and the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akada. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. And in 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected by a crowd of thousands of Hindu leaders as the title Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is well known for being a commentator on all of the Hindu scriptures, including the Upanishads, the Vedas, the Agamas, and as well the Brahma Sutras, the Jain Sutras, the Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, and much more. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books, which were in English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, and further translated to 50 different languages and distributed across the world to more than 1 billion people, either physically or through the digital copies. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived over 100 Pitas and has revived the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, the 108 ancient endangered lineages that are fundamental in Hinduism, including the Rudras and Rudrakanyas, the Sannyasis, the Bhairavas, the Bhairavis, the Rishis and Rishikas, and many, many more. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is internationally acclaimed or recognized as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with more than 40 different awards for his contribution and for global peace and bringing so much of human empowerment to the world. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu University, the world's largest Hindu university with more than 150 campuses across the world. And that brings us to a conclusion of the introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well as to this program itself. And now we'll be moving into the next segment in today's program, the demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis. Joining with us shortly will be Ma Nitya Pranananda, Ma Virajananda, and Ma Kaladara, and the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans, who are initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and who are manifesting these extraordinary Shaktis. So you will be able to see literally them radiating the powers of Paramashivoham, and you will know and understand how it can be a possibility for you. So stay tuned. We'll be starting the demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis after a very quick break. Yes, and we'll be right back with you after a very short break.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
Yes, thank you so much, Manikya Sadashiva Priyananda, for that beautiful introduction to this program and to who is Swamiji. And let us now move on to the next segment, which is a very interesting segment where all of you are going to be witnessing the demonstration of extraordinary Shaktis being manifested by the extensions of Paramashiva himself. And before we begin, let us enter into a small introduction which explains us what are Shaktis and which also shows us how the science of initiation is transmitted to us, how these powers are transmitted to us, and how these extraordinary powers can be manifested. Yes. So today the Balasans and the Nithyananda Yogis will be demonstrating 463 extraordinary, few of the 463 extraordinary Shaktis to all of you. And first, let us learn about what are Shaktis. Shaktis are explained in the Vedagamas. Paramashiva very elaborately explains that a human being can manifest the 463 powers, and it can be a possibility and a power for them. And Swamiji beautifully tells that Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and that you need to manifest the divine, not that you Siddhis. Shaktis are the powers which manifest with deep integrity and high integrity to the Guru. And Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis are what expressed through ordinary human beings in extraordinary ways, just with initiation from the avatar. And Shaktis are permanent. Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity. He is the source of all these Shaktis and Siddhis. And he performs the Panchakritya, the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, throw bhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. And the avatar of Paramashiva himself has come down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasamnidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of highly advanced sciences and enlightened beings. It was where the science of enlightenment, Shaktis and Siddhis was taught as a lifestyle. And for the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these extraordinary sciences at a record-breaking speed, which was never accomplished before. And the knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis were passed down from one generation to the next, just with Diksha, just through initiation by the enlightened one. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized as an incarnation at a very young age and was trained and taught these sciences just so he can revive these sciences for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Shri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddhi Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. And let us now learn how we awaken these divine Shaktis in us. Every ultimate truth, Jnana, mapped into your consciousness, Prajna, manifests as a possibility and a power of every being, Prajnana. So let us now see a video which explains and shows how the science of initiation is transmitted to us, how the science of Diksha is given to us, and how we manifest these extraordinary powers.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, with that beautiful video which explained the power of Diksha, let us see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified this science. Third is the Atma Pramana, or the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. This millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So let us now see how the Vedagamas is a living applied science and how we get all the Shastra Pramanas from the Vedagamas. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus. They are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the unchangeable truths, and any reference cited from these Shastras or the source scriptures is called a Shastra. So let us now see and witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of Veda. Along with me, I have two extraordinary power manifestors, Manitya Kaladharananda and Manitya Virajananda, who are abolishants of the Nithyananda Gurukul and who are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you today. So let us now see the Shastra Pramana, which are the scriptural reference for this extraordinary Shakti, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34. Kapalantarmanonyasa Tishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena Manasodadyat Lakshaye Lakshamuttamam. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Laksham by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, that Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. And in the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold his Vishwarupa Darshan. And in the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna beautifully narrates the beautiful cosmic form of Bhagavan Krishna as he sees it through his third eye. So let us now see how Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. The next is the Atma Pramana.
Inside and outside broke.
The Atma Pramana. The Swamiji beautifully shares.
The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Swamiji beautifully shares in his own words. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree vision. Everything, the 10 directions below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel and experience all of that as me.
And outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me.
Yes. So next is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain using the PET, the positron emission tomography, and beautifully tells when Swamiji is doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when Swamiji is in the deep state of Samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So let us now witness the extraordinary demonstration of the power of third eye. I request the slides to stop being shared. Now we are going to be witnessing the extraordinary demonstration of the power of third eye by the Balasins and the Nithyananda yogis. So along with me I have, thank you. Along with me I have two eye bands. In front is a complete opaque sheet, behind is a thick sponge. Under is a complete, it's completely covered, and you can see that there's no possible way up light entering in this eye band. So these are the two eye bands. This is actually medically tested eye bands, tested by one of the top 10 hospitals of India, and we are going to be placing this eye band on Ma Virija and Ma Kaladra's eyes, and it is going to be completely foolproof. Now these are the two eye bands I'll be placing on their heads. I'm showing the eye band just before I place it. Camera. Ma Kaladra, are you comfortable?
Ma, could you tighten the eye band and also get to the middle, please?
Yes. Now, are you comfortable?
Yes.
Yes, Ma Virija, are you comfortable?
Yes.
Yes. So now both of you are comfortable. I request both of you to turn to your right, left, up, down, all around. Yes. So now Ma Virija and Ma Kaladra have completely shown their eye bands, and it is completely foolproof. There is no possible way of light entering into the eye band. And let us now. I request the YouTube comments to be projected. Yes. So thank you so much for predicting the comments. Yes. Ma Kaladra and Ma Birija, you can start reading. I request all of you to go ahead. Post your comments on the Kailasas SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the Kailasas SPH JGM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And Ma Kaladra and Ma Birija will be reading out your comments live. Yes. Ma Kaladra, Ma Birija, you can go ahead.
Yes. So the latest comment is in YouTube is from PRABHJOTGILL has posted 369, and before that it is from PIORFR, and
What happened?
and WAJDA has posted Nityananda with a Namaste emoji.
And again, Prabjot Gilay has posted. Okay, it's actually a comments full of emojis. If possible, I request more to increase the size of the comments. Yes, Mamirija, you can go ahead. Yes. So, Prabjot Gilay has posted it's a black color. The emoji is like some black color animal, and next to it, I think the animal is enjoying, and like because next to it, there's like tears coming out. And then next is a fox, orange and white color fox coming out of the box. And a funny emoji where the emoji has mustache and a thick eyebrows and a thick mustache and a blue color blue color glasses. And after it's a heart and a lung and a brain and the Supergirl emoji and I think it's a witch emoji. It's something like that. And then next is the princess emoji, like princess. Wow, that was beautiful. Mama Virita was able to read the all 9 comments. All 10 comments of Prabjot Gil Aya, and was able to read it precisely. Able to tell, okay, there's an animal, there's a cat in a box, there's a emoji with a thick mustache, and wow, so beautiful. Mama Virita explained everything through her third eye. That was a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. So now I'm going to be removing Ma Virita and Ma Kaladra's eye band. You can see that eye band is completely intact. And same with this eye band. Yes. So that was a beautiful, extraordinary demonstration of the power of third eye. I request all of you to stay tuned. We will be joining with you for the power of body scanning now, right after the short break. Yes. So let us now see the pramanas for the power of body scanning. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam yatvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, and by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi Adi Shakti, manifests, is revealed and the supreme power manifestation happens. Next is the Apta Pramana from the life of a Siddha named Terayar. Terayar was one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agatya for healing, and Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small terror, like a frog, sitting in the person's brain, and Agatya immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is completely healed and cured of the headache, thus gaining the name Terayar. Third is the Atma Pramana, where Swamiji beautifully shares how he manifested this power of body scanning. On the 22nd of December, Swamiji shares, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture was I forced to go for surgery and therefore the medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in different organs of mine, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without my knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning, and through body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. And Swamiji beautifully shares, I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings. And last is the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of Swamiji. So you can see how so many of the disciples of Swamiji are manifesting this extraordinary Shakti just by one initiation from Swamiji. And now you are going to be witnessing the live demonstration, the live demo by the Balasins and the Nithyananda Yogis of Kailasa, who are going to be demonstrating this power to all of you. So I request all of you to go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel or the Kailasa's SPH JGM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel, and the Balasins and the Nithyananda Yogis will be coming and attending to your problems and doing the scanning for you. We'll be back right after a short break. Please stay tuned. Yes. Now I'm back with the Balasins and the Nithyananda Yogis, Maniti Mahavidyananda, Soni, and Maniti Brahmayogananda, who are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you today. So I request the YouTube comments to now be projected. Yes. So now I request all of you to go ahead and post your comments, and I request the Facebook comments to be projected. Okay. Ma Sumi Murali has posted, Ma, I'm having cold neck body pains, Ma, since 10 days. I applied oil. Now applied vibhuti on the neck. But please can heal me, Ma. Want to be healthy again. If possible, please scan me. Murali, Melbourne. Yes, Ma, surely we'll be scanning you and doing the body scanning for you. And yes. So, Ma Mahavidya, you can do the body scanning for Ma Sumi Murali. I request the YouTube comments to now be projected. Anybody who wants to get a body scanning done by the Balasans and the Nithyananda Yogis, please go ahead, post your request, post your comments, call your family members and friends. Okay. So Prabjot Gill has posted, Ma'am, may I please have a body scan? May you please scan my wealth dimension to see which job I should look for, and is it a good time to work? Thank you very much, Ma. Yes. So Ma Brahmayoga, you can do the body scanning for Prabjot Gillaya. And Satya Narayan has posted, please scan my son Kavin Mani for physical and mental health. I got his consent. Ma Soni, you can do the body scanning for Satya Narayan Ayya's son.
So this is a scan for Ma Sumi Murli, Ma Nithyananda, and what Paramashiva revealed is your backache is because of your incorrect posture of when you and how you walk. Okay, and what you need to do in this area as it is hurting, uh, you apply oil but try to massage it downwards like that as you apply oil and make the oil little warm, so not very hot, not boiling hot, not cold, but slightly warmer than body and room temperature. So you warm it and apply it like that, so you're massaging it downwards. Next, you need to walk with straightened shoulders. So when you're sitting, just put your awareness on your shoulders, whether they are down or like that. Make sure your shoulders are straight up. And the next thing that you need to do, ma, is lying down. When you take rest flat. So be on your back and just have a even best if you cannot have a pillow. Do not have a pillow underneath you. Just lie flat when you're lying down and taking rest and going to sleep. About 5 to 10 days, you should be healed.
Yes, that was a beautiful scanning by Maniki Mahavidyananda done from us Murali. I request the YouTube comments to be projected. Let's see if there's more comments or request for body scanning. Masoni, you're ready. You can go ahead.
Nithyananda Paramashivam, I did the body scanning for your son coming, and Paramashivam revealed that he's mentally completely healthy, but physically he's having a problem in his stomach. Paramashivam revealed that his stomach is not being, he's not cleaning his stomach properly. So Paramashivam revealed the solution is to make him take 1 tablespoon of castor oil in the morning.
Yes, that was a beautiful body scanning. And yes, Ma Brahma Yoga, if you're ready, you can also go ahead.
Yes, so Prabjot Gilaya, Paramashiva revealed to me that after the 8th of August, it will be a really good time for you to find a job, and the job which you find will really be successful if you find it at a job after the 8th of August. And Paramashiva revealed that you can look for any job you want as long as you ensure that you get a deity of Venkateshwara at home, and every morning first thing you do is do puja to him and worship him. Pray to him that Venkateshwara, may my day be successful, and may I get the money I want and the wealth I want through this job. And if you just make sure that you pray to him every single day, then whatever job you choose will be successful.
Yes, that was a beautiful body scanning for Prabjot Gilaya. I request you to get back. Satyanarayan, I request you to get back. And expressions of me, I am has posted. I just want to say thank you for all the support over the days and weeks past, my daughters. May you be eternally blessed. Each one of you has contributed to me. Yes, ma, it is just Paramashiva's contribution. It's just all the credit goes to Swamiji because of how much Swamiji has done every day, coming, giving the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, or coming for the satsang, initiating thousands and millions of disciples all across the globe and making them manifest these powers. It is all the credits go to Swamiji, and each one of us offer our gratitude to Swamiji for us manifesting these powers and to be able to contribute to all of you also. Eva Anderson has posted, please scan my friend, she has body pain. Yes, ma, please get the consent of your friend and please do tell the name of your friend, then we're doing a body scanning for you. And spread your wings, Ida has posted. Nithyananda, my name is Ida. Can I have a body scan? My body is very, very active. Can you provide a solution, please? Thank you. Yes, so ma Ida, Ma Brahma Yoga will be doing the body scanning for you and she will be revealing whatever Paramashiva reveals. So her third. Yes, so let's see if there's any comments in Facebook. I request Facebook comments to be projected. Ma Murali has posted, thank you very much, ma. Yes, thank you so much. And anybody else who wants a body scanning, you can post in the Kailasas SPH JGM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page or the Kailasas SPH Nithyananda YouTube page. Please go ahead and post your questions and requests.
Yes, so so spread your wings, Ida. Paramashiva revealed to me that uh, your body can be really active, and you can actually start. You'll even start manifesting a lot of powers if you just start following the spiritual routine. If you do the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, which is the Nithyananda Yoga, at 4 o'clock in the morning, and start doing the Pada Puja, Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and Shiva Puja at 6 o'clock. If you just do these two things and listen to satsang, then like you're saying that your mind can be very active and your body is very tired, so your body and mind will align completely to Swamiji, and she also you will become really active, and you'll never feel tired throughout the day. You'll see that in a few weeks time you'll even start manifesting powers if you just follow the spiritual routine with integrity. So the solution Paramashiva revealed to you for you is that you should just follow the spiritual routine, and you'll not feel tired, and even your mind will be aligned completely to Swamiji, and it will be really active.
Yes, and Paramashiva just revealed one more thing to me, Ma. Paramashiva revealed that you also have a lot of heat in your body. So you really need to cool your body down by placing a wet cloth on your head and stomach, because I was able to see a lot of heat. Ma, Eva Anderson has posted, name is Roma and she has pain in the spine. Yes, Ma, I request you to just get her consent, as it is our individual integrity to always get consent and the permission of the person before doing the body scanning for them. And ex Mahajalandhar Sitananda has posted, I will share more feedback and testimonials one of the day ahead. Yes, thank you so much, Ma, for joining us almost every day and acknowledging us whenever we ask. Yes, Prabjot Gill has gotten back telling, thank you very much. This is a great breakthrough for me. Thank you, and may you please tell me what is my overall body okay? My organs, when I laugh, they hurt in my liver region. Yes. Masoni, would you like to do a body scanning and just do the quick checkup? Yes. I request the Facebook comments to be projected. Okay. We can go back to YouTube. Yes, Masoni, you can go ahead.
Nithyananda Paramashivam, Paramashiva revealed that your organs, your organs are becoming more day by day weaker, and so Paramashiva revealed a solution as to do pranayama in the morning at 4 o'clock, and with that do PVK, Pratama Vinyasa Krama, and Parmeshwar revealed that you need to increase your immunity. Parmeshwar revealed that to take castor and as well as neem juice.
Yes, that was a very beautiful solution for a simple thing. Yes, I request you to get back again, Aya, and Ma Ida has posted, thank you so much. Yes, just follow the solution which Paramashiva gave, Ma, and you will be completely healed of all your problems. Yes, and with this, we will be concluding the power manifestation segment. We thank all of you for joining us. And just before we end, I'm going to be asking all the Nityananda yogis and the Balasins to share how they feel while they're manifesting this power and how they manifest this extraordinary power. So yes, why don't any one of you go ahead and share? Yes, Mahavidya, you can go ahead.
So Nityananda, basically one thing that really is extraordinary about body scanning is it's not about how much how we can improve our health. It is about making sure you're not sick. So immediately when there is any pain or anything that in your body that you feel uncomfortable, I personally just quickly scan myself and see what it is that the organ is speaking to me, how I have to adjust myself. And really it is the best gift from Swamiji to again and again realize of the conscious sovereignty that he is trying to teach us and what we really truly are. The manifestation just completely happens by connecting with Swamiji and just seeing what it is that the third eye is saying, how we can improve our lifestyle to understand and connect to more and more of the reality and the conscious sovereignty.
Yes, beautiful. That was a very beautiful sharing. Satyanarayan Ayya, we actually did the body scanning for your son, Kavin Mani. And yes, Ma Soni, you did the body scanning, right? Yes. Why don't you just go ahead and share it a little more louder?
Nithyananda Satyanarayan Ayya, I did the body scanning for your son Kavin. And Ayya Paramashivoham revealed that he's mentally he's completely healthy, but mentally, but physically his stomach is not clean Ayya. So during his stomach, Paramashivoham revealed to make him drink 1 tablespoon of castor oil in the morning.
Wow. Very beautiful solution for a very simple problem. Yes, so this was a body scanning for Kavin Mani, Satyanarayan Ayya's son. Yes, and I request all of you to continue posting. And if you are not able to get the body scanning, we are going to be ending this segment soon. So if you are not able to get the body scanning, you can go ahead and post again your comments again for tomorrow's segment of the power manifestation, which we'll be having 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST, and we'll be demonstrating these two powers, the power of third eye and the power of body scanning, for all of you to witness, and not only to witness, for all of you to have a breakthrough to manifesting this power right after the Bhava Samadhi Darshan or the Nithyananda Satsang by Swamiji. So with this, we would like to conclude this segment, and there are so many more segments coming up where you will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, what are the Akashic readings, and much more. We'll have Ma Madhura also joining us, who is going to be explaining about the divine feminine consciousness and about who is Devi Parashakti. So with this, we thank all of you for joining us. Please stay tuned for the upcoming segments. Thank you, Nithyananda. Unmute. Yes, so now we're going to be having Ma Madhura joining with us and teaching us about who is Devi Parashakti, about the divine feminine consciousness.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem.
Nithyanandam, everyone. So now we will be getting into the next segment where we will be learning the divine feminine consciousness. So we will be first looking into the Dhyana mantra of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranamam. Sindhurarana vigraham trinayana manikya mauli spurate taranayaka shekharam smitamukhim mapina vakshoruham panibhyam alipurna ratna chashakam raktotpalam bibratim Saumyam ratnagatastha rakta charanam dhyayet paramambikam. And the meaning of this verse is, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with a triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. And the next Dhyana shloka for Devi Parashakti also comes from the Lalita Sahasranam. Arunam karunam tarangatakshim dritapashankusha pushpabana chapam animadibirabritam ayukaihirahamityeva vibhavaye bhavani. And the translation for this verse says, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the noose, the wood, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima for rays, and she is the self within. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. And she is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, and source power from which all of us came, which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to merge into. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, blazing as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agmas, blossomed as Srimkara, filled as Parashorasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasha Swamini, who is in Kailasha Shripura Chintamani, Parashorasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, As Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone and to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Surupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am listening. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And again, in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, she says, raising an Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as 9 Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally we're seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. You can keep 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who don't know, the coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can be just a paise, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, add up $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf, and betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And those coins that you collect, you can send it to the LA temple. And some of you might be wondering how this betel leaf and betel nut may benefit you. This betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you to raise you to powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can also see how you can set up your tambulam. You can set up the 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin on a plate and keep it in front of the screen. You can keep the betel nuts on top of the betel leaves and keep it, and a banana next to it, and a coin. So you can arrange all of this in a plate neatly and keep in front of the screen. These are the 4 basic items which are kept as part of a tambulam. But if you would like, you can also keep the other additional items such as a coconut, kumkum, red bangles, and some fresh fragrant flowers. And with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment, and we will be moving on to further segments where we will be learning about what Devi Parashakti has revealed for us and for the rest of humanity out of her extreme compassion. So please stay tuned, and we will be back after a really short break.
I mean by the word e-Kailasa. Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
and setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Entering into the next understand some of Devi Parashakti's revelation, humanity during this Pratyaya. Devi has made so many revelations to guide us through this pandemic, to guide us through this Pratyaya, to ensure that we are protecting ourselves and keeping sure that we are staying safe during this. So let us explore some of these revelations and how we can use them to guide our lives. So humanity is still undergoing the after effects of this Pralaya. Thousands of deaths due to the pandemic and emerging fungal epidemic, along with record numbers, have taken a huge toll on humanity, leading to an increase in poverty, malnutrition. So what has caused this? Who is behind it? How could we have avoided this? What is the solution? What is the solution? In this segment, we will go. This a baby Parashakti on the cause and of this. So, as of right now, there has been over 4 million deaths, and the number is drastically on, with over 175 million people who have been infected with COVID-19, and this was as of June. So this number has also drastically increased, and over 75 million. The main affected countries have been U.S., Brazil, and India, and within India alone, there have been over 29 million cases of people who have been infected with COVID-19 and over 370 million deaths, with over 75 million people falling into poverty since the beginning of the pandemic. And these numbers are considered to be drastically underreported within India. So the actual numbers could be much, much higher. And due to this global pandemic and the Pralaya, the mental health of the country of India has been severely affected. And India is considered to be the sixth most depressed country in the world, with 6.5% of the population suffering from some form of mental illness, and with a suicide rate of 10.9 for every 1 lakh people. Suicide is one of the largest causes of death in the age group of 15 to 24. So India is suffering from this mental health crisis. And not only have we been suffering because of health, the pandemic and mental health issues, but even natural disasters have been severely affecting India. We've seen over the past several months the cyclone in Kerala, the floods in Maharashtra recently, and many other natural disasters that have been affecting the country. And within the next few weeks, we could be experiencing what is the third wave within India. So how could we have prevented this? How could we have stopped? So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the 31st of May, 2021, and understand a little bit more deeply of what has been done.
இரண்டாயிரத்திருபத்திரண்டு வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Let us understand Devi's revelation. For this huge Kidney Bhojanam held not to come to India in 2020 itself, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India and the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son, Swamiji. They chased the captain of the ship out of the country. See what is going to happen. Let us look at what the Supreme Court of Hinduism revealed in 2017 itself. The Supreme revealed that he will be conducting a Padayatra in 2020 and revealed the vision for it. So let us listen to that video now.
Want to do 1 year Padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year, I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers. Walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread. 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here power manifesting 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to enjoy India and let India enjoy me. So planning for next year Kumbh Mela 2019, next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that, all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsava Murti Sannidhi, where the Utsava Murtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything because just for Darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, you can only have Darshan and Arti, the camp for Arti. No other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 Abhishekam is going to happen. 12 Kala Abhishekams. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only darshan. They will not be able to involve themselves in any ritual. Other than darshan, nothing else will be allowed. So all the archana, all the other offerings, like people will offer the archanas and other, everything will be done to the Utsava Murti, which will be kept in the Balalayam, the present Balalayam, the present structure. So people can spend time here. That will be more like a main darshan. This will be like energy darshan, where you can give letter, get response. So by next year, the Balalayam will be ready. So 2019 full year, I will be conducting the programs and everything. 2020 will be the one full year Padayatra, walking. From next year, Jayanti, means 2019's Jayanti to 2020's Jayanti. Full year, Jayanti to Jayanti will be Padayatra. Before that, we will make 10,000 people power manifestors. It will be sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, all put together. 10,000 people will be walking. What a scene it will be. I think that is the only way the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be done. I need to get into the ground where people can see me, where they are living. I can't be waiting for people to come where I am living. Now I am sitting in one place to prepare these 10,000 people and make this science completely user-friendly. For that only I am sitting and working. So I have given 2 years for me now, 2018 and 2019. So 2020, before that 10,000 people will be ready to walk with me, manifesting powers. We will literally solve every person's problem in every village. The way we are walking, the path, route we are taking, physical healing or mental healing, or it's a too big visualization. How will you visualize what will happen if 10,000 power manifestors enter into a village and ask people, tell me your problem now, come on, let's sort it out. Understand 1200 years before in Tiruvannamalai temple carvings, how the baby will be in the womb in
So, though the Supreme Pontiff Buddhism revealed the vision for the Bhagavad Gita in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff Buddhism has been preparing since the age of 10 for this Bhagavad Gita. Has been enriching people and preparing them for this Bhagavad Gita to save them from this Pralaya, as the Supreme Pontiff revealed that during the Bhagavad Gita, you will be meeting people where they are, attending to every problem, giving them a solution for every problem, whether it's mental problem, physical problem, emotional problem, spiritual problem, whatever it may be. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was ready to be on the ground, meeting people where they are and attending to every single person. And from the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been enriching and initiating the masses into the science of enlightenment through various programs, powerful initiations, darshans, and powerful discourses. And here you can see in the next several photos the various programs the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been conducting since the early 2000s, initiating people, blessing people, and giving them the super conscious breakthroughs. You can see in the next few photos. Here you can see in Vellore, Tamil Nadu in 2000. Here again, Tamil Nadu in 2005. You can see how many people are in attendance in all of these programs. Again, Namakkal, Tamil Nadu, 2005. You can just see how many people were blessed to be in the presence of receiving the initiation, blessing, darshan of the other path. The Nithyananda program, Nithyanandam program, the Birth Star celebration in Tiruvannamalai in 2005, the Jayanti celebration in the Adikarnaka Sabbath. Again, the Jayanti celebration in Tiruvannamalai. The Nithyananda program. the Guru Purnima celebration celebrated in Australia. And as you can see in all of these photos, how many people were eager to receive the initiation, darshan, and blessing of the avatar. The Bhakti Purna program. The Jnana Purna program. The Little Ananda program, which initiated the youth of today to be blessed with the science enlightenment, and the Satyagraha, where Supreme Pontiff Hinduism himself conducted several homas along with 1,008 people who were guided into the same homa. You can see in the next several photos, the various photos from the Satyagraha, devotees conducting the homa guided by the Supreme Pontiff Hinduism. Hinduism conducted itself. More photos of homas. Okay. Hinduism and all the disciples being blessed. This is the Nithyananda program. Adi Kailash. Again, the Nithyananda program. Tamil Nadu. You can just see in all of these photos how many people were in it. However, the anti-Hindu elements made it nearly impossible to do the re-energizing process by driving Hinduism out of India. And let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelation of the solution for the ending of the Pralaya.
இரண்டாயிரத்திருபத்திரண்டு வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So, Devi revealed that the end of this Pralaya will only come when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is accepted, received, and revered as the Supreme Pontiff, respected with lots of, is received with lots of respect back into India, and is allowed to conduct this Padayatra, re-energize the 12 Jyotirlingas. And only when this happens will this Pranaya end. So as we look around, we can see what the Vedic rishis had revealed of this Kali Yuga, of what will be coming, of the destruction, the suffering that we will be facing in Kali Yuga. And as the Kurma Purana, the Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas, where man will be his own worst enemy. Let us look at the translation for this verse. In the Kurma Purana, sage Vyasa echoes the Kali Yuga. This Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas in all the world. People are sinful, forget the dharma of the 4 varanas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the great sacred city of Varanasi, the Mahapuri. And in the Kurma Purana, it states that Lord Rudra, Paramashiva himself, is the avatar for the Kali Yuga. And the translation for this word is Brahma is the presiding divinity or Devata for the Krita Yuga, the first cycle of time. In the Treta Yuga, the second cycle of time, it is Bhagavan Ravi, Surya, in which appears Sri Rama. And in the Dwapara Yuga, the third cycle of time, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the Kali Yuga, the fourth cycle of time, the current age, the presiding divinity, the avatar is Lord Rudra, Lord Maheshwara, Mahasadashiva. And out of his deepest compassion to protect humanity, Paramashiva himself descended into the human body in the form of the Nijavadara, the supreme consequence of Jagatguru Mahasanidana, his divine form, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on the 2nd of January, 1978. If Paramashiva himself, if the supreme consequence of Hinduism, had waited even just one more year to take the human form, it would have been too late. 1979 would have been too late. So let us listen to the supreme consequence of revealing all this.
And I tell you, O Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same signs. We are going to be rich. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax before it was going to be put off. Have happened. (1979) would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. O Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
And the avatar's advent on earth was to protect humanity from this great cosmic event, to bring them to the new age, the Satyuga, and to bring the superconscious breakthrough. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelation.
ஓம் உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே.
நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்திய யுகம் செய்வோம், நித்திய யுகம் சத்தியயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
To the translation of the translation, people of the world, listen. The time has matured, and it is come time for Satyuga to happen. So this great Pralaya has come. Don't worry, people, in the form of Nithyananda. I myself have come. I will make Nityuga. Nityuga will blossom into Satyuga, be blissful. For this huge hell Kirimi Bhojanam not to come to India, 2020, I plan to do the Padayatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas through my friend Swamiji. The avatar began the Padayatra at the mere age of 10. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began enriching people one person at a time with the truth from the sacred scriptures and the sacred secrets of higher living. And even at the ripe age of just 14, all of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism classmates were called the Yatra, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led his classmates all from Kuriyatam, Tamil Nadu, to Tirunelveli, his birthplace, and a huge group. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was at the Ramakrishna Mutt at the age of 19, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led all of his fellow monks from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, to Tirunelveli, his birthplace, and it was an unforgettable pilgrimage. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India, reaching more and more people, preparing each one until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December, 1999. And here you can see the photo of the inauguration of the first Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem, inaugurated on the 14th of April, 2001 in Tiruchendur, Tamil Nadu. In 2000, the avatar continued his Vijayatra all over the world to enrich people from various backgrounds. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's hesitancy and dedication for the people radiated to even crowds that did not speak English, who did not understand the discourses conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. However, they were deeply touched and resonated with his mere presence. And here you can see the various photos from the discourses conducted in Guadalupe, Brazil, where the crowd was mostly non-English speaking. In 2004, the avatar led his disciples on the first yatra, visiting temples, delivering discourses, and initiating them into the super conscious breakthrough. And subsequently, the Supreme Pontiff personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls not just to physical spiritual sites, but to supernal spiritual ground. And in 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took Padayatra to the next level with the Kodikan Padayatra, which was conducted throughout Tamil Nadu with chorus participating and impacted by Nithyanandeshwari, who traveled from city to city and left thousands of people. And you can see a very short clip of the Kodikan Padayatra. And the Gurukanda culminated with the consecration and inauguration of the government here, the Sanctorum in with Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari and the Swayambhu Linga in Indore, South India. And these deities were energized as the avatar, Atyavatar, to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti to create the Adi Kailasha Satyapita as a ship to save humanity from this upcoming pralaya. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created various spiritual energy centers in India as safe havens during this great revolution. And you can see the photos of Kailasas in Jammu, the Adi Kailasas at the and the Kailasa in Hyderabad. And in 2008, the Avatar energized the Nithyananda Vaidiswara with the Anandalingam, which would protect anyone who made any waters from this deadly pandemic. Let us watch a very short clip of the Supreme Pontiff himself performing the Abhishekam for the
जनमस्सहस्राक्षाय च शतधन्मने च नमो गिरिशाय विष्टाय च नमो मीढुष्टमाय च शुमते च नमो स्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीयते च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नम आशवे च जिराय च नम शीघ्रियाय च शीघ्राय च नम ऊर्म्याय च वस्वन्याय च नम स्रोतस्याय च दीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च प्रगल्भाय च नमो च गण्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमः सोऽभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्लोक्याय च अवसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नमः शूराय च अवभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च सुधिमते च नमस्तीक्षे च इधिने च नमस्कायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमस्कृत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूप्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च भट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ओम नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शृंगाय च वसुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे बधाय च दूरे बधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हन्यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आतार्याय च लाद्याय च नमः सृष्ट्याय च फेन्याय च नमः कत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः इरण्याय च प्रपत्याय च नमः किगंशिलाय च क्षयणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमो गोष्ट्याय च गृह्
And in 2009, the Avatar held another Kodikanda Yatra, which garnered international attention where lakhs of Hindus were once again embracing
போல நின்பதம் கண்ட என் மனம் நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நின்முகம் நீனைந்து இங்கு நிர்மலமாகவே ஆனதே இதய சக்கரம் அனகதமும் இனிமையோடு திறந்ததே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே மற்றவர் கண்டு மறைகள் எல்லாம் கழன்று விசுத்தி அதுவும் அசுத்தியாய் பொறாமையோடிங்கு ஏக்கத்தோடப்பா புண்ணியம் எல்லாம் போனதே எரிந்தவாயிரும் ஏக்கமும் சேர்த்து விசுத்தி அசுத்தியானதே விசுத்தியை தீர்க்க விமலனின் பதம் விரைந்து இங்கு வரவேணுமே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே ஆமை பூகுந்த எண்ணகந்தினை பொறாமை பூகாது காக்கவே
And wherever the avatars have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of super consciousness have been sown. And you can see the thousands of Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems that have been established all over the world with over 1 billion people enriched worldwide with the avatars blessings. Here are just some of a few of the enlightenment ecosystems established by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. Here you can see Adi Kailasa in Bangalore, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, in the US, the Kailasa in Columbus, and the Kailasa in Los Angeles, which was personally inaugurated by the Supreme Court. Again, more photos of the deities in Kailasa in Los Angeles, and the Kailasa in San Jose. More photos of Kailasa in San Jose, and the Kailasa in Seattle. Kailasa in Seattle again, more photos of the deities and Kailasa in Houston, Texas. And Kailasa in Charlotte. Kailasa in New York. Kailasa in the Kailasa in Toronto, which again was personally established by the people. And the Kailasa in Oklahoma. There's a blessing for the devotees in Oklahoma City and Kailasa in Phoenix. Kailasa Kailasa in Om. Kailasa in Dubai. Kailasa in London. Kailasa in Scotland. The Kailasa in Netherlands. The Kailasa in Slovakia. The Kailasa in Belgium. The Kailasa in Luxembourg. The Kailasa in Austria. The Kailasa in Germany. Kailasa in Italy. Kailasa in France. The Kailasa in Switzerland. The Kailasa in Mauritius. The Kailasa in South Africa. The Kailasa in Ceylon, which was established in 2006 by the The Kailasa again in Ceylon. And Kailasa in Hokkur. The Kailasa in Putnam. All of the various Kailasas in Tamil Nadu which were established by Sri Lanka itself. Kailasa in Varanasi. Kailasa in Rajabali, which was a very important energy center in India. In Kailasa in Hyderabad. In Kailasa in Kerala. Kailasa in Gujarat, the Yogini center. In Kailasa in Nithyananda in Chennai. The Kailasa in Alankulam. The Kailasa in Chennai, Tambaram. Kailasa in Chennai, Avadi. The Kailasa in Chennai again, Kailasa in Melbourne. Kailasa in New Zealand. The Kailasa in Singapore. The Kailasa in Kuala Lumpur. Indonesia. The Kailasa in Guadalupe, South America. To ensure humanity survive this Kalaya, the Supreme Consciousness Hinduism created a sovereign order of Kailasa with thousands of sannyasis with no discrimination against caste, creed, or religion. And the Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism initiated thousands into the Nithyananda spiritual healing, and those healers are actively healing millions all over the world today. And there have been over 2,500 satsang centers that have been established all over the world. This includes home temples, and they all act as de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. And the avatar inspired millions to reclaim their Hindu-centered freedom. Thousands of padayatras have been conducted by the Hindu diaspora worldwide, honoring the hard work of the Supreme Consciousness and the revival of Kailasa, silently preparing each being for what was to come. And to protect the devotees, the Supreme Consciousness of Hinduism planned a padayatra and executed it successfully. The devotees of Malaysia planned a padayatra and executed it successfully with thousands who participated, and the dying Hindu population in Malaysia being reinvigorated in 2000. And in every major festival from all over the world, devotees conducted padayatras out of their sincere devotion and love. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enriched and enriched over 1 billion people, and over 26 years of humanitarian services have been provided for the world, and there have been over 347 cities across 196 countries and 6 continents that have been reached, and the world's largest Hindu population, Hindu university, has been established in the US, UK, Slovakia, Switzerland, and Europe by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and over 1 billion free meals have been served for the humanity. And the Kailasa is the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with over 1 billion views. And you can reach us, you can connect with us on various platforms, including Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, WhatsApp, and you can visit our various websites, kailasa.org, nithyananda.org, nithyandahinduuniversity.org, Kailasa TV, and Nithyananda TV. And you can also use our Enlighten app, our application, which you can download on your phone and be constantly in touch and enriched. And here you can see the various cities and countries across the world that have successfully built communities with e-citizens. The various global initiatives provided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism include holistic health, education, development of human potential, and by sharing the practical application of Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and its through which there have been various breakthroughs for humanity. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa, has been providing foreign aid through various platforms. And because of the Supreme Pontiff hard work, tireless hard work in enriching every being and to protect them from this failure, the Supreme Pontiff has created these various ecosystems and has been compassionate to open up all of the Kailasas within India to prepare and to protect every being who wishes to quarantine themselves during this pandemic, during this pralaya, and to protect themselves in this spiritual womb. So if you are interested in protecting yourself with multi-layered quarantine during this pandemic, you can sign up at kailasa.org/kailasacare and avail this opportunity to protect yourself and your family. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed again and again, and the Devi has revealed again and again, during this pandemic, during this pralaya, the only priority is to keep yourself alive. That is the only priority. So do take heed to the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Devi yourself and protect yourself. With this, we will be concluding this segment of the program and be moving into the next segment where we will learn the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti and how we can show our gratitude for Devi through these various offerings. After receiving so many blessings, boons, and guidance from Devi, let us see how we can connect with her more deeply. We will be right back after a very quick break.
I mean by the word e-Kailasa. Listen intensely. enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your...
Nithyanandam, welcome back all of you for being with us for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. Now, let us begin the next segment in today's program, the various offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti out of your pure love and gratitude. In the Hindu tradition, whether it is our birthdays or our anniversaries, or if we are celebrating any occasion, or if we're celebrating the start of a new business or a new home, or even a new car, we always offer our gratitude at the feet of the divine and pay our respects, give our love, and ask them, request the gods and goddesses to join us, to protect us further, and to guide us further in our lives. We thank them and never take for granted their presence in our lives. That is what we ultimately respect, worship, and keep as sacred in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, practicing the presence of God, literally living the science of enlightenment. And through these offerings, through the offerings to Devi Parashakti, you can literally manifest that in your life and have that very same beautiful relationship with Devi Parashakti. So we'll have a various array of beautiful different offerings that are available to each and every one of you. And you'll see that you don't have to feel in any sense that you're not capable or they're somehow insufficient in order to make an offering to Devi Parashakti. And you'll see that it is a beautiful way that you can manifest the ultimate oneness in your life. And every single aspect of these offerings have such sacred context, such sacred significance, and each one will be peeling layer by layer and explaining to you so that really you can get down to the beautiful context of each ritual, of each seva, and you'll be able to ultimately understand the significance of these offerings and start to take steps today to manifest those offerings in your life. Manifest this ultimate pure relationship with the divine in your life. Now, an offering is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness. And it consists of two parts, giving and accepting. Only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. An offering is not made out of fear or out of greed. It is an offering of pure love and gratitude. And when an avatar descends on the planet Earth, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has beautifully described all of the offerings that are made available through the Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalaya until you can manifest your reality, and your reality manifests as you want it. We will manifest it for you through these offerings. And that is ultimately the context of each and every one of these offerings and what you can manifest in your life. So before entering into the segment today, let me first chant the Dhyana Shloka for Manonmani, who is the very embodiment of compassion and the loving form of Devi Parashakti on the very lap of Paramashiva. Indunivabedakaravahni syat pankajavaraabhaya japaksha angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamukutojvala manonmani swarupam. And now I'll be describing the English translation. Here it beautifully describes Devi Parashakti, her various grace. It says, the moon-like face, holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing and blessing, and one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. Once again, this is from the Moolagama, it's the Manonmani Dhyanam. And I'll be chanting the next verse, the next Dhyana Shloka. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashini bhavadanam vedahastam dadanam stavye padmam varanam apare chabayam chakshamalam divyera varana vibir vibhushitatanam brahmadi vipujitam devimeva manonmanim pratidinam kamatra dhatrim shubham. And once again, the English translation says, I meditate on Devi with three eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus and gracing with a blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Yes, and now let us enter into the significance of the element gold. Now that we have established and invited the presence of Devi Parashakti amongst us right now, there is a very beautiful reference from the Atharva Veda where it speaks on the virtues of gold, the power of gold, beyond what we even can think. So I'll just be reading out the translation. It says, born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. And one fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Now, in our day and age, in our society, we always place value in gold. We do have a lot of value in gold, and we always use it to give gifts to our loved ones, especially on Mother's Day, on birthdays, on anniversaries. We give gifts in gold to our significant others, to our mothers, our fathers, everyone who we have so much of value in that relationship. But we don't understand necessarily the higher significance in offerings and making a gift in gold, and what is actually the behind gold. It's not just a economic value, it's not just a precious metal, but it is capable of something called spiritual alchemy. It's a divine element. It's capable of purifying anything that it touches, and it's an element of spiritual significance, of great spiritual power, of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who operates in its vicinity. And therefore, having recognized this significance, the Vedic rishis literally used this, the element gold in all different aspects of the civilization, whether it is gold present in the scriptures, the agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, the Smritis, the Itihasas and Puranas, and or being abundant and being displayed in all of the various different architecture. The Hindu civilization was literally built in gold, and everything was even exchanged in gold. The ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. And even when one was to be saved from life-threatening diseases and illnesses, gold was used as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows, and kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold, and horses and cows were dressed in gold. And each of these sentient beings lived in coexistence in the civilization and were even worshipped and adored as the very embodiments of the pure consciousness, gods and goddesses themselves. So in the Hindu civilization, it thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. In fact, the Indus river was called the Hiranyamayam, the river of gold, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani, and this is in the Rig Veda and the Atharva Vedas, respectively. So gold is known and understood as a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones that you love and revere. And now it has a deeper significance. It's not just a element of precious metal that we use for giving gifts, but it has so much of value, the superconscious value that is associated with it, that our Vedic rishis had literally understood in a very deep and significant way. And that's why it was applied in all different areas of life. And ultimately, this very science is what contributed to the richness of the Hindu civilization, which attracted people from far and wide. We know of all of the different books and magazines, as well as records from various different civilizations of the people who come and are absolutely in awe of the civilization in the Hindu civilization, which was so rich and which had gold in all different directions, and that attracted them ultimately to come and be invited inside of the civilization. And so much that how the entire civilization literally boomed and thrived during this period. And at this time, even the Hindu economy was the most contributing economy to the global economy. And that lasted for 1,000 years until the Mughal and British invasion, at least as per the records that we have right now. So it is established that gold has such extreme significance. It is a very, very, very powerful element, and it has so much of sacredness associated with it, sacredness that it is literally exuberating. Therefore, gold is a very auspicious metal, auspicious offering that you can make to Devi Parashakti today. You'll be able to see how many of the following offerings will be offerings made of gold, and there'll be different ornaments, different jewelry pieces that are also very traditional and very significant in Sanatana Hindu Dharma as well. So let's begin now with the various different offerings that we are having available for you to offer today. The first offering is the E-Hundi offering. All of us Hindus know that it is a part of our Hindu experience, the temple experience. When we go to the temple, we often we often put a few coins or a couple of paper receipts or the dollars into the plate of the pujari, or we offer it into what is called the hundi, general donation we make out of gratitude and to the gods and goddesses for making themselves available and putting in so much in order to make themselves available for thousands and thousands of years. That is the beauty of the hundi offering. And not only that, Devi Parashakti accepts everything that you offer, any devotion that you offer. And this is referenced in the Lalita Sahasranamam, where Devi Parashakti is described as Bhakti Priya. And in this, that means the adorer of all devotion. And there is this verse, I'll just be chanting the whole verse. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. And the English translation says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fears. So once again, this is verse 42 from the Lalita Sahasranamam. And in this verse itself, it says that Devi removes all fears. If there is any fear in your mind, you can be sure that Devi Parashakti can remove that and can simply remove that from you. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped as worshipped in autumn and in fall. And it's not just the fall, the seasonal fall that we go through, but it is the autumn of our lives, the very existential autumn, when all of our thoughts are turning more and more inwards. We're becoming more introspective, more retrospective, and questioning the very existence and the very purpose of our lives. So it's at this time that the need for Devi Parashakti's worship is becoming stronger. And you can simply offer your gratitude to Devi Parashakti through this e-hundi offering. And also you can make this offering for any amount of money. It can be literally any amount, and you don't have to feel obliged or to make a substantial amount or anything. It can be anything that you can do today. And we also have 2 different options for making this offering. If you have any questions regarding how to make these payments, you can stay tuned until the end of the segment where we'll be going over the quick process for payments. But if you are ready right now, you can go ahead to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings and proceed to make a payment for any of these offerings. Yes. And going on to the next offering, we have the Sankalpa chanting. This is the offering of the Sankalpa on your behalf, made an offering at the feet of Devi Parashakti. This offering is literally a prayer, a very powerful mantra, which has embedded within its lines the different prayers for the manifesting the great Shaktis in our life, including going beyond fear, greed, and lust, and attaining the supreme knowledge, and attaining oneness with the divine. All of these are different prayers that we make during the Sankalpa chanting and during the Sankalpa. And it's a very powerful mantra, which is blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself in order to manifest anything that you want. In fact, he said that before we start the day, chanting this Sankalpa is extremely powerful, as it aligns all of our energies within inside of us. As we are chanting and creating those vibrations inside of us, it aligns all of the energies that we have towards our goal, towards our conscious resolution. That's the power of sacred Sanskrit chanting. And there's a verse from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, where in English it means the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. As it says here, Devi Parashakti, without interest in anything, and just simply accepting whatever you want, whatever you are giving to her, she will give back and she will bestow you with all of the blessings, the salvation, and give wealth as well as how and in whatever sense that you want it, whether it might be wealth in the currency form, wealth in relationships, wealth in abundance, and wealth in extraordinary powers, whatever it is, she will bestow that on you without asking for anything, absolutely unconditionally. Yes, let's go on to the next offering now. The next offering is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. And in this offering, we are paying ode and tribute to Devi Parashakti, who is even called in the Lalita Sahasranamam, verse 731, the Nama Parayana Prita, which means she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and it's a very special and unique archana, which is offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. All the 1008 energies of Devi Parashakti are chanted. And in this time, when we are doing this Sahasranamavali, it is actually a very sacred sadhana or a spiritual practice done in Sanatana Hindu Dharma and very much known and originated from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And the chanting of the name of and all of the different names of the gods and goddesses that we worship is a sacred spiritual practice that we practice because it literally, we are cherishing the divine energies inside of our inner space. And the truth is that even if we cherish suffering or cherish any kinds of bad thought currents or negative thought currents, that is what is going to manifest in reality. If you are continuously anxious about something, exactly that will manifest in reality, and you will see that you will not be able to handle that. And exactly that will manifest and become your reality. In the same way, if we cherish positive thought currents, powerful cognitions, and the most powerful cognitions, the names and descriptions of the divine, that itself will manifest into reality. And by that, I mean, you will literally experience oneness in your life with Devi Parashakti. So in this offering, you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each and every one of the 1008 names to receive the blessings and to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunyas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. Yes, let's go on to the next slide. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti, and this is the finger ring with a pearl. And beautifully, Devi Parashakti, in her form as the incarnation, Devi Meenakshi, is as described as being adorned with pearls. And I'll now be chanting the verse from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam as a description of Devi Meenakshi. Muktaharanala Satkirita Rushiram Purnendu Vakra Prabham Chinjannu Puri Kinkani Manidharam Padma Prabhavasuram Sarvabhita Palapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidhim. The English translation goes, I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like the full moon, who wears anklets and is studded with gemstones and small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes and is the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. And I remain bowing to that goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Well, the pearl is actually associated with compassion. It's a symbol of compassion. And Devi Meenakshi, out of her compassion for the entire humanity, she is the one who incarnated on planet Earth, and out of her compassion literally revived Kailasa on planet Earth. And it's at this time when human beings were all in 56 independent tribes and tribal nations around the world. And Meenakshi is the one who literally brought all of the 56 kingdoms under one rule. And she became she literally conquered all the 8 directions and then conquered Kailasa itself and had married Paramashiva, and both Paramashiva and Parashakti manifested as Lord Sundareshwara and and Devi Meenakshi and ruled Madurai together. This was the very first civilization that literally united and transcended human civilization to the next breakthrough of the whole humanity. And Devi Meenakshi literally had that ambition to manifest a breakthrough for the whole humanity, and that is the compassion that she had for the whole humanity. So literally that compassion that she had is what will be bestowed on you to experience and manifest the ultimate success in all of your endeavors and all of your ambitions with this offering of the Mukta Anguti. Let's go on to the next offering. This offering is the golden lotus, the Swarna Padma Pushpa. In the Kamikagama, it is described how all the kalashas should be wound around with a suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references for the lotus in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and you can see it even in all of the arts and architecture. All the 7 chakras of the body are all different lotuses that when open, when they bloom, they radiate specific energies and positive energies and powers. And even the Shakti of Paramashiva is described as a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. And even the devotees of Paramashiva are all described as lotuses which are about to bloom. And the lotus has a divine quality because in any kind of waters, in polluted waters, or even in very little water, the lotus will bloom and still radiate that elegance and that resilience that we all know and adore in the lotus. We can go on to the next slide now. So in that, you will be able to see how the lotus has such deep significance, and it is actually a representation of Devi Parashakti herself. And with this offering of the golden lotus, you can be blessed to have and radiate the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space in any adverse situation in your life. Yes, the next slide, please. So this next offering is the Swarna Meti, the golden toe ring. And the toe ring actually originates from the Hindu scriptures, and the oldest reference for the toe ring is from the Hindu scriptures in the descriptions of Devi Parashakti. And today, even Hindu women are invoked as Devi Parashakti, and during their marriage ceremony, they literally are adorned with this toe ring because their very toes are worshipped as Devi Parashakti. And all of that goes back to the Hindu scriptures, to this very verse, which I'll now be chanting. Nakhadiriti samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. And the meaning goes, you whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotee, you who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. So as you can see, literally Devi Parashakti's very feet have the power to literally remove all darkness and ignorance from you and liberate you entirely. And that is why her feet are adorned with the toe ring. So you can offer this toe ring and adorn the feet of Devi Parashakti and be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of your life. Yes. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika, which has reference from the Lalita Sahasranamam once again, where Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarvi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow from our nerves from the Sahasrara, and she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangtika actually represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open. For those of you who don't know, the Sahasrara chakra is at the crown center, and it is literally represented as a 1,000-petaled lotus. And literally when it opens and it's in full bloom, the nectar which is flowing from that lotus, which is literally the experience of enlightenment and the experience of bliss overflowing from our crown center, that is represented by the Mangtika, literally from, which is originating from the center of the head until our forehead, or sometimes it goes across the forehead entirely. The Mangtika is a very, the ornate headpiece is a very traditional Hindu piece of jewelry, especially worn by the deities and everyone, even in the Hindu tradition. So this offering of the Mangtika, you can offer to experience the overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion with Devi Parashakti. The next slide, please. We can go on. The next offering is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And this is a very special offering of a very elaborate and powerful offering at the feet of the Guru. And there are so many references, either from the Guru Gita or the Guru Paduka Stotram, about the power of the Guru's Paduka and how offering your and surrendering, offering everything that you have and surrendering at the feet of the Guru is extremely powerful today. And you can offer this Pratyaksha Pada Puja as well at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the next offering is the Vastra Seva, another offering that you would offer at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of the sacred cloth, which bestows also all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next offering, please. Yes. So this brings us to a conclusion of all of the different offerings. You can see there's a table of the different offerings: the Ihundi offering, Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranamam Kasu, the Mukta Unguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Mangtika, the Swarna Mehti, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. So now this brings us to the payment process. There's a 3-stage process. One is, if you are interested in this offering, if you one of these offerings piques your interest and you have that burning desire inside of you in order to offer your gratitude at the feet of Devi Parashakti, especially if you know she has already blessed and manifested in your life in so many various ways, you can you can make your intention today. You might not have the resources or the time, the money in order to immediately make an offering, but you can register for this offering and you can make the invite. You can go to the tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi form, and in this form you can just fill that out and you'll be able to get more information about these offerings and get the details you need in order to make this offering. And the next step we have is making the online payment. And most of us are already used to online shopping nowadays, and we just have to pull out our credit card or debit card, and you can go through this very easy 3-step process in order to make an online payment. So you'll just go to the link provided and then select the offering that you'd like to make, and then go to the next steps in order to make the payment that is required. Now, after you have finished your payment, we have a mandatory form that you have to fill in order to make sure that your names are chanted during the puja. And this is the Sankalpa 2021 form. So this is the link for the Sankalpa 2021 form. And this ensures that your names and the names of the people whom you're chanting on behalf of is also chanted, whom you're offering on behalf of is also chanted during this puja. So make sure that you go through any which one of these steps today in this payment process. We also have the YouTube super chat available as well, and you'll be able to make a donation on the YouTube super chat as well. So with this, it brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program, and we have next the representatives from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Pita who are joining with us to give us the latest updates from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Pita and the multi-layer quarantine that is ongoing in the Kailasas in India right. We'll now be moving into the next segment. Thank you, Nithyananda.
I mean by the word e-Kailasa. Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment signs. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Ekailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment,
Nithyanandam, welcome back. Welcome back to the segment of the Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy, and bliss. And the great news is it's successfully implemented by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and it is recognized by the United Nations. So let us start our session with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Yes. So Akashic readings from the Devi Parashakti on June 6th, 2021. What Devi revealed and what the state of the world statistics has proved to be revealed. Let us see in some details. The revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti on 5th June 2021. Devi Parashakti revealed through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that not only people dying in crores, financial and mental retardedness, you will also see minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all this suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. O people, do the job of saving your life as first priority. Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others because of pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa, getting shelter at the feet of Paramashiva. Save yourself from corona and death, economic crisis and mental collapse that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva, Paramporul, doing yoga and tapas, doing seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva and live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa. For all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis, and Yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, Jnanam, and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa. For all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis, and Yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, Jnanam, and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. Do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings. I am Samaya Puratu Kanatal who comes and helps at the right time. Revelations about the mental health issues by Devi Parashakti, we just saw now, and the media articles confirming the same on 6th June 2021. The global news, the psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited by the COVID-19 patients, a study, according to the new study, neurological symptoms like depression and anxiety are also showing to be common in those who have contracted COVID-19 even more in mild cases. The BMC Psychology on the media article confirming the same on 8th June 2021 when Devi revealed the same on 5th June 2021. The BMC Psychology published online article, The Impact of COVID-19 on the Mental Health of US College Students. The results indicate that the students closer to graduating faced increases in anxiety, which is 60.8%, feeling loneliness, which is 54.1%, and depression, 59.8%. Many reported worries for the health of loved ones most impacted their mental health status, which is 20%. And the need to take care of family most affected current and future plans, that is 31.8%. Almost one half of the students took to exercising and other remedies. The revelations about the mental health issues by the Devi Parashakti on 5th June 2021 and the research confirming the same on 10th June 2021. The rates of anxiety and depression among college students continue to soar, researchers say. The researchers at the Dartmouth College, who have tracked the moods and behaviors of about 200 college students for 4 years, say stress levels are at their highest. Dartmouth College researchers began tracking 217 students who, when they entered the school as freshmen in 2017, in the hopes of understanding how they behave. They have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with midterm and final exams. But since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, rates of depression and anxiety have soared and have showed no signs of coming down, said Andrew Campbell, a researcher and computer science professor. The Psychology Today on the coronavirus, the psychological trauma and PTSD event. Much has been said about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on the all-consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed is the psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation and our world is experiencing. The revelations to the world by the Devi Parashakti, the increased, which is confirmed by the various world reports, the status of the world across the reports. The increased prevalence post-traumatic stress disorder is expected to emerge as a primary factor driving the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, therapeutic market over the periods of assessment. What it used to be 2019 and this estimated increase in 11.91 by 2027. The CNN reports the coronavirus pandemic's impact on global mental health is already extremely concerning. The United Nations report that there is a high prevalence mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially among healthcare workers and children. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemic on people's mental health is already extremely concerning. The World Health Organization's Director General Tedros Adhanom says in a news release recently. The United Nations says the coronavirus pandemic impact on global mental health is already extremely concerning. It is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of our response to and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, the Tedros added. Yoga greatly improves mental, spiritual, and physical health. People who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well-being, including increased gratitude, relatedness, acceptance, centeredness, empowerment, self-esteem, compassion, self-awareness, and hope. Yoga can help us to manage stress, to self-regulate, and important to current time. We are all equipped with innate coping strategies for responding to stress, but sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response, the body's way of responding to stress, sometimes called fight or flight. This is balanced by our parasympathetic response, the way our body helps us to rest and relax. Yoga can help bring our parasympathetic response back online and allows us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a more restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports self regulation and stress management. Yoga can be a valuable tool for self care, especially in challenging times. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with other inventions with benefits for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support the effectiveness of traditional treatment approaches. The psychology today, according to that, when we actively choose a tool of self-care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in different circumstances. While it is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well-being, even in these challenging times. Researches spirituality benefits mental health. Research shows that individuals have better mental health if they belong to a particular community or have religious beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their life, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. Spirituality can perhaps help you connect with your divine self. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, it has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort from various challenging issues for thousands of years. Revelations to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, revealed on 22nd May 2021 that Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on making your body alive, a life alive. Mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. I am talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as a guru walk. Make your body consciously strong. Gym will build muscles, make you look very nice in the outside, but only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make your body conscious. Just see all over the world, all the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. Let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. The amount of depression, mental suffering, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing their jobs, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost, so much. Just make your life extremely strong. 3 years back, I said, keep yourself alive for next 3 years. I have Enough evidence that 3 years back I trained the Kailasa inside the Sangha and physically, mentally, psychologically, or consciously for quarantine lifestyle. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place, doing intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong, taking bay leaf, neem juice, tulsi, haritaki, triphala churna, Ayurvedic lifestyle, the lifestyle of less food and more energy, more activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up. Quarantine yourself, build your body. Don't bother about your business or any other profit on anything else this year. If you are alive, that is the greatest profit. United Nations recognizes the Kailasa's profit on COVID-19. United Nations recognizes the Kailasa's report on the COVID-19 and the multilateralism. The report about 2 days ago, the United Nations recognized, and you can see the screenshot of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's, the Facebook page, the article, and you can see some more screenshot of this article published in the United Nations, recognizes the Kailasa's report on COVID-19. The report published by the www.ohchr.org has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with the scale of and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as B.1.6, 617.2 Delta and Delta Plus, Epsilon and Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. Secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices and commodities, etc., needs to be revised for making sure no human being suffer from hunger or the absence of required medical care. For this purpose, presented a detailed report on effective solution for COVID-19 through the multilateralism that was published by the United Nations. Now, let us see the report which was published in the United Nations. The earlier reports published by the United Nations from the Kailasa or the report on the rights of indigenous women and girls, and the second report on the femicide. This is the third report published by the United Nations. The report by the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, the ASMT, Hindu Community Kailas Union, on June 2021, the COVID-19 and multilateralism. Let us see the report in detail. The introduction. The key obstacles are the globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as the Delta plus Epsilon Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. Secondary diseases such as the black fungus are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Second, distorted policy decisions and conflicting principles can lead to polarizations amongst the nations and within, leading to various extremes, such as the hoarding of vaccines in some places, the wastage of vaccines in others, and an unaddressed shortage of vaccines globally. The pandemic has exposed in fragility of the global system. The disruption in the supply chain is especially worrisome for essential food supplies, which disappropriately affects the already most vulnerable. Lockdowns have brought the global economy into crisis, bringing resistance and worsening unemployment rates. Lockdowns and the ongoing threat of famine, especially in countries where employment is predominantly informal, are exacerbating worries that starvation may cause more suffering than the virus itself. Far more from the SDG2, zero hunger, the number is now predicted to come close to 1 billion. In the report, the concerning related supporting articles are projected now. Some more articles which are published in the supporting websites and articles, online platforms. Now, the second, solutions. First, revised economic policies. Human life is more precious and important than any economic principles or systems in totally, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from the hunger or the absence of required medical care. As per Hindu principles, the world, including the economy, evolves through 5 phases. The 5 phases are creation or growth, sustenance or stagnation, recession or revitalization, reinvention, 5th, breakthrough. As per Hinduism, conventional economic growth is observed with best practices are applied diligently. However, during times of crisis lead us to the 4th and 5th phases, wherein the need to reinvent and deliver a breakthrough becomes both a survival need and an opportunity to surpass any means and measures of conventional ongoing growth. According to the Keynesians, increased public expenditure during the Great Depression of 1929 improved economy. However, the government never completely gave up trying to balance the budget, which resulted in it never spending enough to bring the economy out of recession until the Second World War. Similarly, the current crisis requires governments to temporarily discard trying to balance economic interests that compromise quarantine safety and put human life at risk, and rather reinvent their economic strategies and multilateral coordination for benefiting during the subsequent breakthrough period after the end of the crisis. Now you can see the supporting documents supporting yes. So Hindu multilateralism, there is an immense inequality in the capacities of governments, organizations, and people on 2 groups. Health response, and the first is the health response, and second is economic recovery. surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, requires governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. From 3200 BCE 21, 5,622 nations in Asia had multilateral treaties based on the Hindu principle, that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means the entire world is my family. And from the Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, verse 71, 73.23. You can see the supporting documents here. More supporting documents. They provide sustainable community livings with multi-layered quarantine. Home or self-quarantine is not a viable solution for vast majority of people for either health safety or economic reasons. In Assam, home quarantine has been reported to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths. In some places, governments have moved people out of home quarantine to COVID care centers. Other issues linked with quarantine, especially in small houses, are mental health problems, such as an increase in suicidal tendencies, especially amongst the younger population. This requires friendly quarantine setups which are self-sustained and sufficient in terms of food stock and supplies, recreation, employment, education, etc. In India, state governments have attempted to provide free and paid solutions, exorbitant pricing, some facility challenges related to requests for private accommodation. The experimental townships such as the Auroville have demonstrated a fair amount of success in creating a friendly, safe, and compliant quarantine facility. However, solutions such as Auroville are not open to the public. For 2 decades, the leader of the ASMT Hindu community, Adi Shaivite minority community, Hindu community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, had been creating townships like Auroville across more than 100 cities in several countries. Most of these townships, such as ASMT Monastery, India, Bangalore, have been open to offer multi-layered quarantine as a free public service with free food accommodation, free internet to work from home or monastery. The ASMT community has seen a fair amount of success in these townships with 0 reported cases of COVID infection in the past 2 years and has already saved many lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has argued citizens worldwide, especially from regions severely affected by the pandemic, to protect themselves as the topmost priority and avail these free quarantine facilities that the community has created, especially as home quarantine has failed for many and is known to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths in many scenarios. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has emphasized the need and argued the government worldwide to provide food, safety, medical care, shelter, and all survival needs to all human beings under their care. With absolute multi-layer quarantine, until coronavirus is eliminated from planet Earth, including all different strains of the virus. The transition of the Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, these are the verses 71 and 73. These are references, various references which are as supporting documents which are published in the United Nations. Educate citizens on individual pandemic management. Unlike previous pandemics, the current era provide active, real-time and visual information about fatalities. Underreporting of this data may give false hopes and make people reckless. Exaggerations in reporting can also make people reckless, as they may feel eventual death due to a coronavirus is inevitable. Proper education is extremely crucial, as it will dramatically reduce the number of deaths and reduce the challenge on the healthcare systems. Alcohol-related deaths have hit a record high during this pandemic, and long post-lockdown liquor lines are some extremely worrisome issues regarding which people need to be educated. As a top priority, people need to be given confidence in their life and security about their future for them to stop behaving recklessly or fall into depression and commit suicide. Leveraging a best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money. Ancient Hindu economic treatise by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, describe three kinds of economic systems and their principles. First, for things that do not perish by sharing, such as education and knowledge, Paramashiva recommends that no fee be charged. Second, for survival needs, such as food and healthcare, barter and charity are recommended. Third, for all other infrastructure development works and services and commodities, gold and conventional currency-based transactions are allowed. These systems are still in practice in the modern day, but grossly overlooked and not sufficiently studied with their close relation to mainstream economics. The WHO, the World Health Organization, and the GISAID provided early access to data regarding the virus. This is an example of an open knowledge-based economic policy where the critical data about the virus was not monetized. Similarly, South Korea helped the United States of America access masks and testing kits. And there was a hope that this would lead to a reciprocal arrangement in terms of vaccines, which is like a barter-based model allowed to in food and healthcare. Here is for food security. A highly effective concept for ensuring food security in ancient Hindu nations was that of food grain banks. These were prevalent until the 18th century. The elderly in the villages would start food grain banks with a seed capital of grains collected by fundraising. If any person met with a crisis such as a crop failure, the food grain bank would lend him grains in exchange for an interest. The compound in grain banks, which the debitor was expected to return with the principal grain amount during the next harvest. The bank would expand its reserves of food grains based on the interest earned and donations. At the time of severe crisis such as famine, the entire village would be able to withdraw these grains, and if required, all such grains loans would be written off on humanitarian grounds. In Hindu scriptures, food is shared for free as a policy. This was the case in both ancient times and in modern times. For 27 years, even every month, the Hindu ASMT community has served more than 3 million free organic meals in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination, and has served over 1 billion free meals in total. Such private and public efforts are crucial in each the threats of starvation, which is estimated to hit 1 billion people worldwide. Monitor global health. The crisis requires governments to take aggressive, proactive measures to monitoring health. Smartphone applications have been used by the governments that are based on health code color systems that categorize individuals into three color groups based on their health status and travel history, and then determine whether they need to be quarantined. Some more supporting articles which are published in the report. Though there were privacy related concerns associated with these approaches, some of these measures, such as agile daily reporting systems for accounting of newly suspected, diagnosed asymptomatic cases, number of deaths, and generating area-wise statistics have played an important role in proactively responding to curb the spread of the disease and are being considered for implementation by various countries. You see the supporting documents now. Next is the traditional medicine. In Hinduism, nature and planet Earth are respected as the living divine mother energies capable of providing us with all our survival needs, the food, medicines, etc. Through the traditional medicines such as TCM and Ayurveda are effective in addressing the COVID-related issues. And a few years ago, a Nobel Prize was awarded for scientific work based on traditional medicine. The mainstream Western medicine has chosen to characterize Ayurveda as a pseudo-science and TCM as unscientific. Such demeaning of traditional medicine systems have led nations to consider taking defensive unilateral decisions to protect their interests. The outright rejection of the traditional medicine is not wise, and such policies should be revised, especially as these medicine systems are time tested and have kept people healthy for several generations. Kailas Union recommends governments worldwide provide solutions like Kailasa's Hindu medicinal care, which includes completely free of charge services such as Ayurveda, yoga, Siddha, Western medicine, and multi-layered quarantine for complementing their ongoing public health efforts. You see the supporting documents here. Join now. Now, having understood the world's statistics, what Devi revealed, what the world statistics and how the supreme pontiff of Hinduism successfully implementing these strategies in all his Kailasas ecosystems is now recognized by the United Nations, and you also join now and save your life. Join COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. So join Kailasa Protection COVID Care Centers and protect and save your life. Hinduism reveals that at least 6 months back, I became aware that multi-layer quarantine is needed to protect people. If you are in India and you want family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately to our campuses. The free COVID care centers open across India are Adi Kailash in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tirunnamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Srirangapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalam Adinam in Erode, Tamil Nadu, Huzur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to help as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. The multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. The various social services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. The spiritual services offered during pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. The cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. The medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine. The fire safety equipment maintenance, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, and accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, groceries collected for Annadan, and organic farming. Join now in COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, let us see some of the glimpses from the the Department of Health on COVID protection for Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. The immunity boosters and COVID care supplements. The supplements procurement are allopathic immune, which includes zinconia, vitamin D, and vitamin C. Through the Ayurvedic medicine, the immunity boosters are being provided to protect all the residents of Adi Kailasa. The steaming once a day with the tulsi, eucalyptus, nochi, and turmeric leaves. All these herbal leaves are taken from the healing trees here in Adi Kailasa. Twice a week, consumption of Kabasura Kundanir, a mixture of pepper, ginger, and clove, and other ingredients. Extensively aimed for boosting the lungs, improving the respiratory system, and treating infectious conditions such as cough, cold, and fever. Neelavembu Kundanir to be taken once a week. Agastya Lehyam 5 days a week, 5 days. Talisadi Vatakam 3 to 4 tablets per day for 5 days, and Indu Ganta Kashayam, and then Amrutottara Kashayam, both for 5 days, 1 teaspoon with 50 ml of warm water. Sudarshana Gulika once every 5 days, gargling with salt and turmeric twice a day. Spiritual routine, which includes of Panchakriya, taking Haritaki, taking castor oil and neem juice, Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the daily Nitya Yoga, and Trinetra Kumbhaka, the Pranayama, and Puja. The basic sanitization and safety practices, which includes disposal of soil pads, the infected material and non-biodegradables done through incineration, the RO water systems for drinking water, cleansing and sanitization of overhead tanks, regular reading, maintenance and repairs of electrical circuits, communication facilities for safety of the residents, compost pit fitting with biodegradables. The diagnosis of COVID care quarantine methodology. Immediately upon arrival to the campus, occupants will be quarantined for 15 days. Swab test of RT-PCR test to be done by on day 5th of quarantine. All food handlers to be wearing mask and gloves and keeping a distance. Disposal of waste food to be done with gloves and mask. Disposal of gloves and mask by the incineration. In case of an emergency, protective kits ready at hand to take a COVID positive patient to hospital. Hand washing and infection control. Washing hands as often thoroughly with soap and water or with alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid sharing any items, that is, example, dishes, drinking glasses, cups, eating utensils, towels, bedding, or other items with other residents in the Adhinam. The mask protection, which wear a mask at all times when and if exposed to vendors or outside people. Double layer cotton mask should be changed every day up to 24 hours and can be reused after washing by saliva. Secretions or sweat change it and wear a dry mask. The wet mask can be stored in a sealed plastic cover and washed with a detergent and reused later. You can see the pictures of the mask. A face shield will be provided as an extra protective wear for people at the gate interacting with the vendors and outsiders. Use of hand sanitizer, hand washing, regular steaming, taking of preventive kashayams. Kashayams are the herbal preparations, and turmeric salt water gargling, history of any exposure. If symptoms appear, that is, which includes but not limited to cough, fever, difficulty in breathing, he or she immediately inform the medical person in charge immediately. The standard operating procedures and the quarantine rules. First line of quarantine, people in the first circle who are in contact with vendors. Area of stay confined to the outermost area where communication with the outside is happening with vendors, etc. Stay in a well-ventilated single room, preferably with an attached separate toilet. Person should not come into contact with inmates of Adhinam, especially elderly people, pregnant women, children, and persons with comorbidities. That is, includes hypertension, diabetics, heart problems, asthma, etc. Restricts his or her movement within the area or room, first line of quarantine. The delivery packages, all parcels received at the gate to be sanitized, spraying with the disinfectant. All deliveries will be contactless delivery. Wearing of face coverings and hand gloves are an option, or request the delivery to be left in a protected and isolated place. The outer packaging of the item or product will be disposed before it enters the Adhinam. Packages will be quarantined before being delivered. All the delivery bags, boxes, and containers will be thrown away after transferring the items to their respective places. The surfaces of the packages will be cleaned with a simple disinfectant and left to dry. All hand handling the packaging will be thoroughly washed with soap and water and or antibacterial solution frequently. All mail and packaged products that are non-perishable will be left outside for 24 hours before using them. Disinfection, which is sodium hypochlorite, bleach and chloride, will be used. The 1 teaspoon of bleaching powder in 3 cups. Alcohol at 70 to 90% hypochlorite, bleach and chloride will be used. The 1 teaspoon of bleaching powder in 3 cups. Alcohol at 70 to 90% will also be used for surface disinfection. Clothes to be washed separately with the detergent and dried. Sharing of items is strictly prohibited. This prevents the spread of the virus. The warning signs, which includes fever continues for more than 5 days, fever returns to the second week after having been for a day or two, fever more than 101 Fahrenheit after day 4, resting heart rate over 110 when there is no activity happening, breathlessness and tightness in the chest. Oxygen saturation, which is less than 94% on pulse oximeter, and 6-minute walk test record the saturation rate before and after walking briskly for 6 minutes. If the saturation falls by more than 3%, it is not favorable. And less than 90% is not good too. Relentless cough, that is continuous coughing. You can see the pictures of these in-campus ambulances. You can see more pictures of these in-campus ambulances. Prevention is the best medicine. Second line of quarantine. People who come in as newly will be given a separate room with toilet facility. Under no circumstances will they exit the room. The designated quarantine person picks up the food after the person who serves the food is at a safe distance of 6 feet. The food will be placed outside the door. Monitor the temperature, pulse rate and oxygen saturation levels once a day and more often if the person is symptomatic. Please speak with medical team. Take paracetamol if temperature is more than 99 Fahrenheit. Ensure good hydration. Have a nutritious diet and stream inhalation twice a day. Salt and turmeric hot water gargling twice daily. Ayurvedic and Siddha medication will be given as per instructions. Doctor will be contacted if there is a worsening of symptoms for specific management, which could be further consultation, investigations, treatment. Doctor will be contacted if there is a worsening of symptoms for specific management, which could be further consultation, investigations, and treatment. Residents will be asked to continue taking medicines if they are on any blood pressure, sugar, or heart elements. Doctors will be consulted if comorbid conditions pose a higher risk. Residents on medication will be asked to bring 2 months of supply till the Adhinam is able to organize the medications for them. Residents will be asked to take a long deep breath, pranayama, lie in prone position, that is on the tummy, as much as possible so that the lungs expand well. If there is no symptoms, the person will come out of quarantine after a total of 15 days. The test will not be repeated if clinically well. If there are symptoms, the person will need to be retested and need medical opinion and necessary investigations and treatment. The common symptoms which will looked out for are fever, sore throat, fatigue, that is excess tired, dry, wet in some, body aches, headaches, loose stools, vomiting, loss of sense of smell, loss of sense of taste, exhaustion, giddiness, and fainting. Previous mentioned symptoms will be provided with immediate evaluation and hospital care. Early detection of these warning signs and identifying the timeline is very crucial for better outcome. These will be monitored very closely and is the most important thing that needs to be done. Identifying day one of symptoms is very crucial in the management with respect to monitoring and treatment protocols. Day one would be when the very first symptom started. Investigate for the possible source of contact. All the people who have come in close for contact, that is 3 to 6 feet range, with the primary case in the last 3 days need to be isolated separately and monitored for symptoms as well. Infectivity starts 0 to 3 days before the onset of symptoms, and the infected person sheds the virus till 9 days. Any of the above symptoms in various combinations signals the possibility of COVID. Even though the same symptoms can happen with any viral infection in a pandemic, it is to be considered as the possible diagnosis until proven otherwise. Rare presentations are known. Rash on body, bluish discoloration of the fingers and toes, sudden onset of breathlessness, heart attack and strokes, paralysis of the limbs. Any suspect case should be immediately isolated. The RT-PCR is to be asked for and symptomatic people immediately. The contacts will monitor for symptoms and will get tested if any symptoms show up. Else to wait for 5 days. If they continue to be asymptomatic, they can check their status thereafter. A negative report ensures they can move into the community. Instructions followed by the lead. Only an assigned member will be tasked with the taking care of the quarantined person. Use disposable gloves when cleaning the surfaces or handling any solid linen of individual. Washing of hands after removing gloves. No visitors to be allowed in the vicinity of the quarantined person. In case the person being quarantined becomes symptomatic, all the close contacts taking care will be quarantined for 15 days and followed up for an additional 15 days or till the report of such a case turns out negative on lab testing. Environmental sanitization, which includes clean and disinfect frequently touched surfaces in the quarantined person's room. That is examples, bed frames, tables, etc. Daily with bleach solution. Clean and disinfect toilet surfaces daily with a regular household bleach solution, the phenolic disinfectant. Clean the clothes and other linen used by the person separately using common household detergent and dry. The Adhinavasis coming into the Adhinam must take the following medical test. Result to be sent to Dr. Ma Santan Lakshmi. Please email to her at ma.santanlakshmi@nityanandauniversity.org. Results will be reviewed by the medical team at the ASJP female campus, Dr. Ma Atmananjana and Dr. Ma Santan Lakshmi and RN Ma Chandravidya. The medical test mandatory requirements are blood test, which include the series of complete blood count with peripheral smear, blood group type, fasting and post prandial blood sugar, renal function test, blood area and serum creatinine, VDRL test, HBsAg test, HIV test, thyroid function test, serum T3, T4, TSH, ECG test, liver function test, and lipid profile test. Please get your RT-PCR test for COVID-19 taken 2 days before coming into the Adhinam and sent it to the previous mentioned email address to get clearance. The medical team will communicate to the admin of the respective Adhinam with regards to the medical status and approval status. Once communicated, the person should come into the Adhinam within 14 to 48 hours of the test. If there are any pre-existing medical issues like hypertension, diabetics, or any other chronic diseases and comorbid situations, please bring in the recent reports and the prescription from the attending doctor. A medical form will need to be filled in by all the new occupants. A legal disclaimer will also be required to be signed. All the people in quarantine will be monitored for temperature rise, oxygen status, and other symptoms during the period of quarantine. Anyone with symptoms should be reported immediately. The designated quarantine person will be responsible to monitor the pulse oximeter and temperature daily. The equipment should be sanitized after every use, and knowledge for the same will be given by the medical team. The report of these recordings will be reviewed by the medical team daily. During the quarantine period, certain Ayurvedic and Siddha preparations, streaming saline and turmeric water gargle and other immune booster will be given by the caregivers, which has to be followed strictly. So with all these rules, so many rules and regulations to take care of the inmates and take care of the maintaining the sanitation of the adhinam. You can see it now on the screen. In case of emergency, the ambulances, oxygen concentrator in emergency. With all the facilities, you are very well taken care, and join these COVID care protection centers and save your life, protect your life. And register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So register with this link. Link is projected on the screen. And with this, let's move on to next segment. Let's prepare for the darshan of the Devi. So thank you so much. Let's move on to the next segment after a very short break.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All all powerful cognition, knowledge. Only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining with us across the world for this Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. I'm sure each and every one of you are eagerly awaiting the divine darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism manifesting as Devi Parashakti. And I'm sure that each and every one of you are preparing your questions, preparing yourselves and getting ready for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. This is a good time also if you'd like to offer any kind of naivedyam, or if you'd like to make any of the offerings that are available that we went over in the previous segment. Take time right now and explore more of these offerings at the links provided in the scroll below. And you can also make different naivedyams and prepare for the Panchopachara Puja, which will be offered upon the darshan of Devi Parashakti. And as we are having the live darshan of Devi Parashakti, it is now a very good time that we can get prepared for the divine presence of Devi Parashakti. I'm sure many of you are eagerly awaiting and preparing your questions, thinking of what you can ask. And we'll also be going over soon how you can ask your questions and the different ways that you can ask your questions. And before we are going into the next segments of today's program, today you were able to just now see the various different contributions from Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed to the world over the last 27 years, since 1994. Upon the beginning and upon his coronation, the Yoga Pattabhishekam and the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incarnation of Paramashiva. And since then, continuously, day in and day out, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working, enriching one person at a time with the beautiful teachings from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, reviving these teachings, mapping it to the modern day mind, and giving it in a very user-friendly, capsule-packed way, where it is absolutely easy for us to experience and for us to start manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is actively working on forging a world where each person, each living being has the right to enjoy the life which is absolutely conflict-free and blissful and having a powerful existence. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the teachings from Sanatana Hindu Dharma in order for this lifestyle to be catered to each and every individual and to be available for each and every individual being on planet Earth. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing so by focusing on the root causes which are undermining the expression of infinite potential in each and every sentient being, including gender-based violence, including religious prejudice or racial discrimination, animal cruelty, and global warming. Each and every one of these are recognized problems that we are facing in our daily life, and not having the solutions for. But by bringing these Hindu solutions, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is literally ensuring that each and every one of us is empowered and able to manifest our infinite potential, the expression of pure consciousness. And today we are living in a world with institutionalized and normalized patriarchy, misogyny beyond all kinds of legal and means that you cannot even have the amount of gender-based violence that we have seen working against the women of Kailasa over the last 2 decades, just in the last 2 decades, is a extreme, to the point of even the rape and brutal gang rape of some of the Hindu women sannyasis who have been through, even at the hands of people who are supposed to protect them and authorized by the authorities and officials to protect them. And continuously over the last month, we have been presenting to each and every one of you the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And on the other side, what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing for the world despite so much persecution. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of his utmost compassion, has continued to heal the world and bring the science of healing, which is capable of much more than any modern day medicine, to the world, despite having been attacked and having gone through so many assassination attempts himself against his character as well as against his own person. And these terrifying incidents of assassination attempts against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have been recorded. The horrendous attacks against the women of Kailasa have been recorded, and by the Observatory for Femicide, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has generated through the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment. And these records have been generated as reports and submitted to the international peacekeeping authorities, and specifically the United Nations. And recently, this last month, we have been extremely happy across Kailasas in the whole world, be able to announce and share with everyone that the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and thus has recognized the 1,000-year Hindu genocide which has been happening against Hindus and literally been enslaving an entire Hindu population for so many years, beginning with thousands of years back with the invasion of the Mughals and the brute force attacks, the sheer destruction of millions of temples, the looting of trillions of dollars of worth of gold and jewels and ornaments and sacred objects that were entirely looted from the temples of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the destruction of the Hindu temples, and the endangerment and extinction of the ancient lineages of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the sole hope for reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And because of this, he has been the target of ruthless attacks against him and his character. And yet, still today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism works to bring to each and every one, every living being on planet Earth, the super conscious breakthrough. In this next segment, we will be understanding the various different attacks against the the various different attacks against the women of Kailasa, which have been reported to the UN and accepted. And in fact, in the Kailasa's SPH JGM Facebook page, SPH JGM Nithyananda Facebook page, the official page, Facebook page, there's a pinned post for the UN recognizing the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can go and see the links where the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized and published by the United Nations. And even the reports that are submitted will be announced and told during the 76th General Assembly of the United Nations happening this year. Now, let us enter into a breakdown of the various different attacks that have been happening against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the women of Kailasa. It is due to the strong stand that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken for each and every one of us, including myself, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been a target for relentless attack by the neo-Hindutva militant forces. And thus they wanted to eliminate the one hope for the entire revival of Hinduism and destroy the immense amount of work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done for reviving Hinduism. And the truth starts with, even in the last segment, in Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, we just learned about the various different contributions of Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, where whether it comes to the Nithyananda Gurukul or the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam or Nithyananda Sacred Arts Universities, tremendous amount of work has gone into establishing this great kshetra, this spiritual energy hub for reviving Hindu traditions and reviving the whole of Hinduism. And it has successfully been accomplished by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the institutionalized and normalized ideologies of patriarchy, which are prevailing in the outside society, took no hold and no place inside of the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham. In fact, Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham was the exemplar model ecosystem the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created for all of the model Kailasas across the world. And today we can say successfully Kailasas across the world are the foremost leading ecosystems without any kind of violence in the institution and the administration against women. And in fact, 2/3 of leadership positions in Kailasas across the world in the administrative structure of Kailasa are filled by women themselves. And in Kailasas across the world, a woman can safely walk without the fear of any kind of violence, and with the ultimate protection and safety empowering her to express her inner strength and express the various different energies, the creative energies in various forms that she wishes to do so, be that in the forms of the expression as a Rudra Kanya or a Bhairavi or a sannyasi, or as a leader, as an administrator, as an acharya or a yogacharya, even as a puja-acharya. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally enabled women, Hindu women, to reclaim what our ancestry and Hinduism has given us as a rightful heritage and a rightful ideology that we can live up to. And ultimately, that is why we decided we wanted to live in the Adinams that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established. We wanted to exercise our right to be Jnanacharyas, the acharyas or teachers for teaching Sanatana Hindu Dharma. We wanted to exercise the right that Hinduism gave us to worship and to offer the worship at the feet of our God, and literally be able to even offer and perform worship in the Garbha Mandirs of the sacred temples. And even though this is an integral part of Hinduism itself, and the women of Hinduism were such a fundamental role in the temple ecosystems and the whole ecosystem itself, due to the 1,000-year-long Holocaust and the institutional violence against Hinduism, today women are not even able to exercise that right, even in so many of the temples. Until today, the Madras Act, which was enforced in the 1800s by the British occupation, is still in effect, and still women are not allowed legally to be employed by the temple, to work for the temple, with completely baseless excuses to give as to why this has still not been corrected. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only leader of Hinduism who is bold enough to take a strong stance for women of Hinduism, the Hindu women, allowing each woman to exercise her right to perform worship, to become a sannyasi, to live a life without fear of being violated. That is the life that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given successfully to each and every one of us. And I myself can say, as a child, I grew up in this ecosystem, and that was the fearless way that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through the ecosystem established even thousands of miles away from India, in a corner of Seattle, Washington, he was able to establish successfully. And yet, the amount of violence that I myself and the Hindu sannyasis have been targets for is absolutely unprecedented, and can only be explained as to be an intentional strategy, cunning strategy to absolutely destroy Sanatana Hindu Dharma and wipe out the last hope there is for Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And we have seen this in several different ways, whether it is the persecution by politically owned media, the persecution by state authorities, or the violent sexual objectification of the ASMT or the women sannyasis or Hindu nuns of Kailasa. And it surfaced to the world in 2010 through the Indian media, which is owned by neo-Hindutva militant forces who have a clear agenda for thousands of years against Hindu sannyasis and against Hinduism itself. Whichever opportunity they have, they take to absolutely demoralize, dehumanize the Hindu sannyasis and objectify them with the worst kind of violent statements. And we saw these examples being used against each and every woman sannyasi during the 2-decade-long persecution. And I'd just like to give a brief of the report that was submitted to the United Nations, where which was accepted by the United Nations and is now published on the website for the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations on the persecution that was done against the politically owned media inside India. This started with the sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech, marginalizing minority communities, especially targeting women with the use of deepfake technology, which is a morphing technology that can be used to morph any kind of video. And in 2010, using this technology, a fabricated video was broadcasted internationally, sensationally, and was used to defame one of the ASMT or the sannyasis of Kailasa, Ranjita, and also her guru, who is the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. And the new Hindutva affiliated media had published articles, more than 10,000 articles within just a month of this video being broadcasted, with pictures of the ASMT female monks, the Hindu female monks of Kailasa, and targeting them and targeting minor girls as well by publishing pictures as well as morphing their pictures in national newspapers. And these violations against the human rights of women and Hindu women is ongoing and completely made invisible to the international audience. As well, in the media, they refer to all of the women of Kailasa, all of the Hindu women of Kailasa, as brainwashed, as prostitutes, and as being witches, and also as cult worshippers. And by doing this, they are spreading hateful programs and marginalizing all of these Hindu communities even further, and even making headlines which propagate the prejudicial narratives, such as hang the Sin Swamis, inciting violence against the Hindu leaders, such as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who are strongly standing to empower women and empower each and every one of these women. And despite having so many pages, thousands of pages of written complaints, and where a woman has to go through the trauma of reproducing the violence done against her and writing this complaint, despite having thousands and thousands of pages to submit to the police and to submit to the judiciary as evidence, as a testimony for the violence that each and every woman has gone through, still today there has not been any legal recourse for what is going on against Hindu women, and especially the Hindu women of Kailasa. The media is easily able to sway the opinion of the public and even the judges. Court judgments are not even honored in the media. And there are so many different court judgments that have been made which are absolutely toothless when it comes to controlling and aligning the media to the legal constitution of India, because they continue the hate propaganda against Hindus and marginalized Hindu communities. For example, the actress, well-reputed and well-established actress Ranjita, had petitioned in the Karnataka High Court in 2011 and in the following years, and on all available forums, even including the Ministry of Broadcasting, and by petitioning and filing against Google and YouTube as well for publishing and allowing the deep fake video and fabricated videos to be published to defame her character. And yet, even though the courts ordered for an apology to be issued from the media channels which had broadcasted more than 14,000 hours of this hate propaganda, still the media continues to publish it even today. And the media willfully dishonors the court orders without any consequence and without any kind of stop to what they are doing. And in contrast, if we see there's continuous legal recourse going on outside of India. For example, in 2017, the US court penalized a media channel $5 million in USD for civil conspiracy and defamation of the ASMT community or Kailasa. However, this same kind of penalization is not at all seen in the in India and against the Indian media, which is politically owned and being used against the minority communities in India. And the only way that this has been told to the whole world, to the international audience, to bring an end to the violence against Hindus through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has continuously submitted and petitioned and worked continuously to bring this amount of violence that has been ongoing against the Hindu sannyasis and against the Hindu women of Kailasa, and protect each and every one of us, that today the United Nations has recognized that the ongoing persecution against the women of Kailasa. And it does not, of course, yet bring an end to the amount of violence that is ongoing against Hindu women in India, as well as against the global Hindu diaspora. But this is the strongest step that we have taken in this day and age today for Hindus to bring an end to the ongoing Hindu Holocaust which has been happening. Today, we have been seeing so much of denial of the Hindu Holocaust, outright denial of the genocide which is happening against Hindus. Yet, there are so many different ways that still Hindus themselves are not realizing the amount that Hinduism is at stake, the amount that Hinduism is still not able to survive and is in its last thread before being destroyed entirely. As you can see in the visuals that are being projected, year after year, we have gone through so much of unprecedented, brutal, relentless violence. And I myself have been witness to numerous attacks and been a victim of these attacks against the women of Kailasa, were not just the targeted attacks against me, but the violence that we have gone through as a group and targeting each and every one of us. As you can see here, this is some of the footage which was taken preceding the attacks in Trishulam Adinam in 2017. And this was one of the most brutal attacks, at least having grown up in a civilized and orthodox Hindu family where nonviolence is taught to me from a young age, and having been brought up in the ecosystem established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it was the worst type of violence that I've ever seen, where these guerrilla forces had literally raided and stoned this peaceful female monastery where we were all living. And we were in a position where each and every one of us were holding on to each other, praying to Swamiji to intervene before one of us is raped or worse, even killed. During the attacks of Trishulam Adinam in 2017, what was the most surprising and shocking element of it all is that while on one side our Hindu sannyasis were being brutally raped to the point of needing to be rushed to the hospital immediately to save her life, and where each and every one of us was scared of being literally stoned to death, and holding on to each other in hiding in a corner praying while grasping each other and praying to Swamiji. On the other side, what is being told to the world, what is being broadcasted on national television is completely the opposite of what is going on. Who is the victim of these attacks against the Adinams, the women of Kailasa, are being projected as prostitutes in the media, and allegations of baseless allegations are being filed against the Hindu sannyasis continuously. Even the Hindu women who are literally victimized in these incidents are being arbitrarily arrested by the state authorities. In this footage, as you can see very clearly, Hindu sannyasis are being mauled by the mob, and holding on to their deities with their life and continuously being attacked by the members of the neo-Hindutva militant forces. And randomly, arbitrarily, these women were arrested, even though it is illegal for women to be arrested or be taken under authorities, be taken by the authorities after 6 p.m. These women were held against their will in the prison and not even told why they were being held, what was going on, while baseless allegations were being filed as complaints against them, even though they were the victims of such brutal violence against them. What was being told to the world was the exact opposite of what was going on inside, and how extreme the violence was against us. That extreme was the lies and manipulation that the media went to project us in such a vile and dehumanizing way. And once again, I'd like to reiterate that still today, there has been no legal recourse of what against the Hindu women of Kailasa. And continuously, even now, the media is easily able to sway the opinion of the public and even the judges, the people who are supposed to be having a stern and authoritative judgment on the public, in keeping in mind only what is right and not what is good for a person's vested interest. And even though many times court judgments have been even made, the media is still not aligning and not following and dishonoring these court judgments. For example, when in 2010, 2012, the actress, the ASMT actress, Ranjita, had petitioned in the Karnataka High Court, as well as other available platforms, including the Ministry of Broadcasting, and she had petitioned for several years, and still the courts had ordered for her favor, yet the media willfully dishonored the court orders and continued to broadcast, and still today are continuing to broadcast the fabricated videos in order to incite hatred against her, as well as delegitimize and incite violence against the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. And we can contrast this to the governments that outside of India as well, because the USA has even penalized $5 million against the media channel in 2017 for civil conspiracy and for defamation of the targets, which were us, which are the ASMT community. And though this was successful, and we have seen legal recourse being able to take place and being able to be seen through until its very end in the USA, as well as in different countries, still in India, it is not being seen through. And there is no respectable authority who is working to make this happen. Only because of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today, the international audience can get to know and understand the violence that is happening. Violence is happening in so many different levels, and the patriarchy and misogyny inside of the institutions of the institutions that exist and are ruling and governing over Hindu populations are continuously being neglected and being perpetuated, being continued by the authorities in hand. There has to be some kind of intervention here. And the only person, the only being on planet Earth actually who has brought this to light in the whole world, has brought this to light in the eyes of the international audience and the peacekeeping authorities of the world, is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in fact, the UN Special Rapporteur for Femicide has accepted the report that was submitted by Kailasa on the femicide and the acts of gender-based killings and attempts to kill based on gender against the Hindu women of Kailasa. And due to even the ways that intersectional violence takes place, because these women are Hindu and because they are women themselves, they are subject to continuous and even more magnified violence because they fulfill what is needed in order to target Hindus and as well target the women of Kailasa. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through Sri Kailasa United Nations and Sri Kailasa United Nations with more than 100 initiatives to bring to light the various different acts of violence against Hindus in the world, has created these observatories in order to ensure that we bring an end and eliminate the violence of society entirely. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the foremost advocate for eliminating violence against women and Hindu women specifically once and for all. Unfortunately, in this day and age, the statistics show even that the amount of rape and violence done against the women and the femicide that is being literally conducted against women and Hindu women in India is absolutely abysmal. And without intervention right now, there will only be worse and worse scenarios that we will be seeing, and some of us even subject to and being victim to. Yet Kailasa is the only nation the only progressive movement standing for the Hindu ideologies and the Hindu beliefs, for the empowerment of women and bringing an end to all forms of human struggling and bringing an end to all forms of violence against women and against humans themselves. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also brought to light the concrete measures taken by Kailasa in order to eliminate the violence against women and eliminate the institutionalized violence by reviving the Hindu ways of administrating. And with 2/3 of leadership positions being filled by women themselves in Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally demonstrated how this is a successful model for creating an ecosystem where women can live absolutely without the fear of being subject to violence in any forms, be it institutional violence or physical violence against them. And today, we are not at all seeing any kind of solution other than the solutions taken, the various solutions taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and the solutions that he has been able to establish as a working model solution through the ecosystems of Kailasa, where once again, women can literally walk in the public, walk even in the streets without 1 ounce of fear, even in the late night when outside of the Adinams, it would be absolutely unsafe and intimidating for her to walk and for her to even step out of her home. In this environment, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had revived a way that we can find so much of protection, and women, even who are targets of these acts of violence, can find shelter, a sanctuary where they can recover from the trauma that they have been subject to. And among the leading global advocates for women empowerment is Kailasa. And it's not just in empowering women with equal rights and with economic opportunities and with giving job opportunities and so on and so forth, but with infinite potential. Through the sampradayas that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving, such as the Sanya Sampradaya for women, as well as the Rudrakanya Sampradaya and the Sampradaya for yoginis, each of these being absolutely massacred by misogynist groups throughout history and led to extinction. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving each of these in order for each Hindu woman to reclaim the right of infinite possibility and infinite potential that Hinduism grants us, and that we are able to have through Hinduism. And a woman can live without ever being in the fear of being violated. That is the ultimate freedom that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted us. That is the truth in its entirety. And what you are seeing in the footage and the evidence that you are seeing is the brutal acts of violence done against Kailasas, in forms of physical destruction of the properties, and mainly the destruction of the women of Kailasa, the children of Kailasa, and the attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. As you can see, the administrators of Kailasas over the years have been targets for the attacks. And especially, even if you see the attacks against the Yogini Sarvagnapitam in 2019, the administrators of the attacks, though they were the victims of the entire attacks, and the administrators of the Adinam were the ones who were arbitrarily arrested by the neo-Hindutva militant forces and subject to interrogation and so much amount of torture, with 80 days inside of illegal imprisonment. And these are women of Kailasa who stood not on anything, but simply because they believe in the teachings the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived, and bringing that to the whole world, allowing more and more people to be literally be transformed by these teachings, just as each and every one of us were. And yet they are targets of the worst and most brutal attacks that we've seen. In this footage, this is from the 2015 attacks against the 4 months, where the Hindu sannyasis have, one of the Hindu sannyasis had literally collapsed after an attempt to rape her, and she, unable to handle the trauma, she had collapsed, and immediately they were trying to rush her to the hospital, as you can see this in this footage. And even while they were trying to rush her to the hospital, the mobs that were sent there by the Neo-Hindutva militant forces were continuing to attack them. And only because of the authorities who were there and the help of the people who were, the Hindus who were able to lend a hand at this extremely crucial crisis that was happening, only because of that did the woman recover and get the medical attention that she required at that time. In this footage which you are seeing a woman, a Hindu sannyasi, who was literally attacked, needing to be rushed to the hospital once again. And just previous to that, all of the methods of to leave and find a hospital were destroyed by the Neo-Hindutva militant forces, including of all of the vehicles, cutting the tires of the vehicles, and as you can see here, turning over the cars, all of this so that the Hindu sannyasis, all of us who were living inside, had no other option but to desperately cling on to life while these Neo-Hindutva militant forces had stoned us near to death. And we had absolutely no other option here. And we're, even in this very instance, while the, after the, this poor Hindu sannyasi had been subject to the worst kind of violation, and the violation literally of her own body, she needed to be rushed to the hospital. And even in that sense, we had no way of rushing her to the hospital and taking her by our own vehicles, because the anti-Hindu militant forces had ensured that there was no way we could leave and escape and save our lives. And in this instance, we had somehow miraculously been able to contact a devotee on the who had lived nearby, and they immediately rushed and literally saved this woman's life, as she was bleeding profusely and she needed immediate medical attention. And not only that, as you can see, the first thing that Neo-Hindutva militant forces do is ensure that they destroy all the evidence that we can submit to in order to find the legal recourse of the acts of violence done against us. As you can see here, the destruction of the CCTV camera footage and destruction of even all of our laptops, phones, and all of our devices was a strategy that they used in order to ensure that we do not have any evidence that we can submit. If we are able to submit that evidence, surely today the court judgments could be made faster, and we could have so much more. We could be able to establish and bring legal recourse to this to the violence done against Budasa and this female monastery, which was absolutely demolished. And even the repercussions, at least in the financial means, were not even paid for aiding the repairs of the whole property. And even that was provided by even some of the devotees who had rushed to the campus and helped each and every one of us female sannyasis repair the adinam and bring it back to life within just 1 or 2 weeks. every single window was absolutely destroyed. So by the stoning attempts that the anti-Hindu militant forces were doing, and every single car absolutely destroyed, every single tire cut, and the windows of every single car being destroyed by the anti-Hindu militant forces, and nobody was held accountable for these attacks. By employing mobs of more than 300 people and deploying them against the Adinam, it is an easy way for the new Hindutva militant forces to forego the accountability that was demanded from them in the following court proceedings during the attacks against the Trishulam Adinam. And this is just one example of the attacks that have happened over the course of the last 2 decades. We have seen hundreds of attacks against Adinams where there has been absolutely no kind of legal recourse happened from any of the attacks against the properties or against the women and children of Kailasa. Today, it is only due to the hard work, Tyaga, the sacrifice of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that the women of Kailasa have at least one form of being able to voice out what has happened against us. At least we are able to voice out to the international audience today about the crimes done against us. Today, the UN has recognized two of the reports done submitted to the UN and has published these reports in the UN Human Rights Commission website. And you can ensure that you see these reports, you share them with every Hindu, and ensure that we are telling the world the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to end the Hindu Holocaust and end all forms of violence against women. With this, we are now come to a conclusion of this segment in today's program, and we will be moving on to the next segment in today's program, where we'll be entering into the core and the power manifestation session as well. With this, we now come to a conclusion of this segment in today's program, and we'll be right back with you for the conclusion of today's program after a quick break.
I mean by the word e-Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by